Excellent. It is 6 p.m. I'm hereby calling to order the successor agency meeting. Ms. Fritz, roll call, please.
Yes. Board Member Mary Mendoza.
Present.
Board Member Robert C. Gonzalez.
Present.
Board Member Sylvia Ballin. She's absent at the moment. And Vice Chair Hector A. Pacheco.
Present.
Welcome. And Chair Fajardo.
I am here. We do have a quorum. I will now move to approve the agenda on the successor agency meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Board Member Mendoza.
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez.
Yes.
Board Member Ballin, currently absent. Vice Chair Pacheco.
Yes.
Chair Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. Ms. Fritz, do we have any public statements for the successor agency meeting?
No, we do not this evening.
Thank you. I will move to approve the consent calendar for the successor agency. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Board Member Mendoza.
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez.
Yes.
Board Member Ballin, absent at the moment. Vice Chair Pacheco.
Yes.
Chair Fajardo.
Yes, the motion does carry. Is there any agency discussion? I see none. Staff communication, Mr. Kimball.
Not for the successor agency.
Thank you. Therefore, I will move to adjourn the successor agency meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, Ms. Fritz?
Board Member Mendoza.
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez.
Yes.
Board Member Ballin is absent. Vice Chair Pacheco.
Yes.
Chair Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. The successor agency meeting is adjourned. It is now 6:02 p.m. and I am hereby calling to order the regular San Fernando City Council meeting. Once again with roll call, Ms. Fritz.
Yes. Councilmember Mendoza.
Present.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilmember Ballin, she is absent. Vice Mayor Pacheco
Yes.
and Mayor Fajardo.
Here. We do have a quorum. If everyone will please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to
to
the flag of the United States of America
Republic
and to the republic for which it stands,
under
one
God,
nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I will move to approve the agenda unless there are any items to delete or add. Are there such? Seeing none, is there a second to approve the agenda?
Second.
Second by Gonzalez, roll call.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ballin, absent. Vice Chair Pacheco.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco, yes. And Mayor Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. And Councilmember Ballin has joined us at 6:04 p.m. As we begin our presentations, our first presentation today is a recognition of the Las Palmas Senior Citizens Club 100th anniversary, and this was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Mendoza. Would you like to lead us on this, Councilmember?
Yes, I asked to have this placed on the agenda because the Las Palmas Senior Citizen Club will be, oh, I'm sorry, but, oh, there's Maritza. Thank you. Would have been celebrating their 50th anniversary of 50 years of Las Palmas Club. It was founded in 1970 by Josie Dominguez. And I requested a proclamation to be written up if Mr. Kimball can read it.
Sure, and we have Maritza, you're with us, with the president of the Las Palmas Senior Club. Thank you for joining us. So I will read out the proclamation. So the proclamation states, whereas in 1970, Josephine Flores Dominguez found there was a need to develop senior citizen services in the city of San Fernando. Consequently, on January 20th, 1972, the Las Palmas Senior Club was established. Whereas Ms. Flores Dominguez and other founding members, including Jesus Solis, Trinidad Solis, Jose Hernandez, Irene Villegas, and Jesus and Lorenza Chacon, worked diligently to create a club that would assist senior citizens in leading active and healthy lifestyles. Whereas knowing that forging connections with other seniors is part of what makes a senior club special, the founding members ensured that the Las Palmas Senior Club would provide various opportunities to make new friends and to reinforce old acquaintances. Whereas throughout its 50-year history, the Las Palmas Senior Club has assisted senior citizens in the city of San Fernando in staying physically fit by encouraging members to walk, hike, and dance at monthly dances, to try new things, whether it's participation in monthly meetings or going on a trip, and encouraging members to leave a legacy by serving as a board member. Now, therefore, the City of San Fernando City Council does hereby commend and congratulate the members of the Las Palmas Senior Club on 50 years of dedicated service to the San Fernando community, and encourages all seniors and all citizens to recognize their valiant efforts. Dated July 20, 2020, and signed by all members of the City Council.
Thank you. And thank you for reading that out.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. The club started with a few members, as you can see, and now has grown to 300 members. They were planning a big celebration this July, but due to COVID, they're unable to. But I know that the seniors are very eager to return. And when they do, we hope to have that celebration, that they're going to be able to have a belated celebration. And just for short informational, my parents were members of the club. They were founders, Jesus and Lorenza Chacon. My sisters as well are members, and I'm a member too. And so if Maritza can say a few words, she's present there. Hello, Maritza.
She's on mute. You might want to explain to her how to get off the mute.
Maritza, no, quítele el mute a su teléfono. No la podemos oír. It's still on mute.
Nick, I think you can unmute her, can't you? Or the host.
Nick is
I did ask to unmute. There we go.
Buenas tardes a todos. Para mí es un honor recibir este certificado de 50 años para nuestro club. No ha sido fácil. Le doy las gracias a las fundadoras del club y a todas las mesas directivas que han estado allí, porque gracias a su trabajo y a su perseverancia, este club existe. Les comparto que este club nos ha beneficiado a nosotros a encontrar personas de nuestra edad para compartir nuestras experiencias y tratar de salir adelante con nuestras vidas, porque cada uno de los miembros somos una historia y un ejemplo a seguir por la sabiduría que nos han dado los años y que tenemos, los años que tenemos. Ojalá que se encuentre una vacuna para esta pandemia, porque nos ha cambiado la vida. Ustedes pensarán, ¿cómo les ha cambiado la vida? Son personas de la tercera edad. Pero para nosotros teníamos una ilusión de los bailes cada mes, de ir a los paseos, contando chistes, bailando. Como primera silla del club, para mí era una satisfacción verlos felices. No importaba el cansancio. Gracias a todos ustedes por su constante apoyo para nuestro club y espero seguirlos viendo. Gracias.
Muchas gracias por venir. Did you want to give a brief translation, Mary? I just took down some bullet points, but it's breaking up a little on my end.
I didn't take any notes, but you know that she's very appreciative of receiving the certificate and the significance of the club and what it means to the seniors of being able to go attend meetings, go to their monthly dances and trips on a regular basis. Due to COVID, they're looking forward. You know, I didn't take notes on that part, but they're moving forward. Seniors are here to stay. So
thank you. Yes, Ms. Duarte said that it's an honor. It's not easy, you know, thanks to all the members of the board. She said, you know, God willing, let there be a vaccine for this, and so that things can go back to normal, and thanks us all for our support. Pues muchas gracias a usted, señora Duarte. Muchas gracias por venir esta noche y por todo el trabajo que hace en la ciudad.
And we will be delivering the proclamation to Las Palmas to Julian tomorrow. So we'll figure out a way to get a copy of it. We'll hang it somewhere in Las Palmas or work with Maritza on where to put that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias, muy amable y buenas noches.
Hasta luego. Nos
Gracias.
seguimos viendo.
Gracias. All right. Item B, which is an update regarding the 2020 census, Mr. Kimball.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is sort of a PSA. We've, we're coming up on the non-response follow-up period. So any residents that have not filled out their census prior to August 11th, the Census Bureau will start to, the Census Bureau will come out and they'll visit homes as part of the non-response follow-up starting on August 11th. So I wanted to share, we have a video and we met with the Complete Count Committee last week. So we have a video, a couple PSA videos that have been shared on our social media and on the city's website that I did want to play for everyone today. And I also want to show a copy of share a copy of the door hangers that will be delivered in the next week or so to all households in San Fernando. So bear with me for a second. I'm going to see if I can get, I'm going to start playing the video. Please let me know if for some reason you can't hear the sound. Just hold on a second and let me know if you can hear this video.
Hello, my name is Stan Leandro and I am the
Can you hear that?
very proud principal of Vaughn International Studies Academy. I would like to take an opportunity to talk to you about the importance of everyone living in the United States, California, and especially the city of San Fernando in completing the 2020 census. During the month of March, you will be receiving in the mail a special code. This code you can take to go online and complete the census. They will ask you a series of questions regarding your economic situation. The census will not ask you if you're a citizen or if you're not a citizen. They will not ask you to provide a social security number or a bank account. They're not interested where you live, if you live in a converted garage or you're sharing an apartment. Most importantly, your responses will not be shared with the city or with any law enforcement, so you are free to answer as honestly as possible. As an educator, we rely heavily on public funding for our schools, not only the building, teacher salaries and materials, but in addition to this, student lunches, enrichment programs to support our neediest students. In addition to this, the U.S. Census also assured that you will have somebody in Washington that will fight for your rights. It doesn't matter if you're a citizen, a non-citizen, if you were born here, or if you immigrated here, if you're rich or poor. Everybody matters in this census. Most importantly, you count. Thank you.
So that is available on the city's website. We also have a Spanish version that I can either play or you can see that's on our website, the Spanish version. of that same video. I will also.
I'd love for you to play it if
Certainly.
if that's a possibility.
It is. Let me share my screen again.
Thank you.
Yeah, certainly.
Hola, yo soy Stan Leandro. Yo soy el director de Vaughn International Studies Academy. Me gustaría hablar con ustedes hoy acerca de la importancia que toda persona viviendo en los Estados Unidos, California y especialmente aquí en San Fernando, de llenar el censo de 2020. Durante el mes de marzo, usted va a recibir un código en el correo. Este código usted lo puede usar para llenar el formulario en internet. Ahí le van a hacer varias preguntas acerca de su situación económica. El censo no le va a preguntar si usted es ciudadano o si no es ciudadano. No le va a pedir ningún número de seguro social ni ninguna cuenta de banco. Es más, no les importa dónde viven, si viven en garaje o en apartamento. Igual de importancia es que estos resultados no son compartidos ni con la ciudad ni con el Estado, ni con ningún oficial del gobierno. Usted puede llenar este papel con toda confianza. Como director, nosotros contamos mucho con los fondos de públicos. Todos los salarios de los maestros, los libros, el edificio, todo eso es pagado con fondos de público. Pero también son los
I hope that there's Spanish version online.
los programas de enriquecimiento y los programas que apoyan a los estudiantes para poder aprender.
Please, just as well as their English down the road.
Segura que usted va a tener alguien que batalle para usted en Washington. No es importante si usted es ciudadano o no sea ciudadano. Si usted nació aquí o se vino para aquí de otro país, si es rico o pobre, toda persona cuenta en este censo. Y usted también cuenta y es muy importante. Gracias.
Thank you, Nick.
Sure. Sorry about that. My internet isn't perfect, but it was some buffering there. Another thing I wanted to share real quick is a copy of the census. Sorry, here we go. I think everyone can see that. So this is the Spanish version of the door hanger.
My name is Stan Leandro, and I am the very proud principal of Vaughn International Studies Academy. I would like to take an opportunity to talk to you about the.
Let me just turn Mr. Leandro off here. Okay, sorry about that. Get back to the Zoom meeting. Okay, so here's so everyone can see that, the door hanger. This is the Spanish version, of encouraging people to complete their census today. You can see we're at about 60%, just under 60% self-response. We have a thermometer here, and at the bottom, it indicates that on the 11th of August will be when the non-response in-person follow-ups begin with census. I'll show you also the English version. So it'll be one side will be English, the opposite side will be Spanish. Again, and then the 3 ways that you can complete your census, and all you need to get started is your address. So people can call or go online, or if they still have their form, return it by mail. But calling it online, all you need is your address and you can get started. And again, if you want to do this before August 11th, and then, so you kind of beat out the non-response follow-up date. So that's kind of the update. We've worked hard with the Census Complete Count Committee to try and get our response up because of obviously the importance of having an accurate census. So that we wanted to share with that with the rest of the council. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to follow up.
Thank you. I would like to start with the ad hoc if they would like to add anything to this. First, Councilmember Gonzalez, and then Councilmember Ballin.
Thank you so much. It's extremely important that all of us get out there and answer this census. We really need this, especially in this day and age. As the video states, that we really depend on this type of funding. Now, it's pretty simple. If we have 25,000 residents and we don't answer it 100%, then we're going to have to run a city for 25,000 residents when, say, 23,000 people answer it with a funding source. So it's extremely important that we do this. Also, Nick, can you talk about one of the projects that we're looking at for coming up, 2 weeks, I believe it is?
Actually, I believe this Sunday, the Census Caravan.
Yeah.
Is that-
Oh,
the 20,
that's one here in San Fernando?
the 27th.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the 27th, I believe it was planned, is planned this weekend. So this Sunday, we've had various census caravans throughout the region, which over the last few weeks have become popular, which are basically people from the community come out, Pacoima Beautiful and Pueblo y Salud are organizing it, a local one, and putting up census, so a bunch of cars will come out, put up census signs, and, kind of around 4 o'clock on Sunday, meet in 6N, parking lot 6N, and then start kind of driving through town, just sort of cruise through town, honking their horns, making some noise, drawing attention to the census. So that's tentatively planned for this Sunday. We have a meeting on Thursday to kind of follow up, and we'll be sharing on social media some more details of that caravan. And if for some reason the Sunday gets postponed, we'll have the updated date on social media.
Thank you. I guess we started planning about 2 weeks ago. I'm off. Last time I had the opportunity to participate in it, and it was pretty cool. Just a bunch of members of the community go out there, decorate their cars. Essentially, the caravan, like the caravanning that individuals have been doing for birthdays or graduations in the community. It's essentially the same thing with census information and census posted all over your vehicles. And obviously, we're not passing out any information, so there's no contact, and we'll just be driving around trying to get the word out for the census. It's extremely important, especially like what was in the video, to make sure that we need this information, but we will not be sharing this information in the city of San Fernando. We don't even get the answers, so police individuals are not involved. We're not going to wind up sending code enforcement if you have an illegal converted garage. We don't care. We just want you to be able to fill out that census to the best of your ability. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bellin.
Absolutely want to say thank you to the entire committee that we've been working on the census. I don't know, it seems like at least a year. It feels like it. Unfortunately, because of COVID, my God, we probably would have been at 90% today. I believe that in my heart. We had a very well organized plan that we were not able to execute. And Robert, Councilmember Gonzalez, has taken the lead. He's done a really great job, and I'm very grateful. I believe we're at 60% because of his efforts, as well as Nick, who executes all of our great ideas on the Census Committee. And Nick, how many members do we have on that Census Committee? I forgot.
I think there are about 20 members of the committee, and we have, at least 10 are regularly very active.
Yeah, and they come from all walks of life here in the city. Pastor Sandy's a member, the Tatavians are members, Pueblo Salud are members. It would have just been, oh my God, I'm so disappointed, but considering we're at 60 with COVID, I'm okay with that. But if the community out there could get us to like 100, that would be really spectacular. Right, Robert?
Yes, I also forgot to say thank you. We have been working so hard on this committee, and we weren't throwing a curveball, we were throwing a knuckleball. It was just so hard to come at this after COVID. But we've been able to come up with some great ideas, and it's really been a labor of love for so many of us on the committee, especially the door hanger that you saw there. I think everyone provided feedback to get this message out correctly, and that we think they would be receptive to the community. So yeah, it's definitely been a team effort.
Thank you. Councilmember Ballin, are those, does that end your comments?
That should, I didn't even acknowledge Tim. Tim has done a lot of work on the committee as well, and I want to give him and Nick, props. They really deserve it. They've worked so hard on this, and I'm very grateful because without staff, we can't accomplish anything really. So thank you so much to the two of you.
Thank you
George
so
snaps.
Snap, snap, snap.
much. Councilmember Mendoza, any questions or comments?
No, just, I really like the door knocker. Great job. Thank you to the ad hoc committee. That's all.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Just want to reiterate the importance of the census. Like Councilman Gonzalez said, it's very important for our federal dollars and our allocations. We know that San Fernando desperately needs more money working on our streets here. And so please, to everybody listening, please fill out your census paperwork and tell a friend to do the same. But other than that, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have no comments. I simply want to thank the ad hoc staff and everyone else who has assisted with this so far for doing a really amazing job and for putting your heart and soul into this. It's so important that we get this done and that we reach out to as many people as possible. So thank you. Having said that, that concludes our second presentation, the update regarding the 2020 census. Decorum and order are printed in our agenda, and I believe we have two public statements. Ms. Fritz, if you would like to read those for the record.
Yes, and for the record, there are actually 3 public statements.
Right, 3.
Okay, and there is one that was submitted at 4:30, so it was after the due time at 4 o'clock. So I won't be reading that, but I will be including that in the minutes, unless council wishes me to read the 4th one.
I think this.
Yeah, I would like that.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do that. All right, the first public statement we have.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
are we going to allow a statement at 4:30?
I would recommend that we stay consistent because I want every public comment to be heard, but at the same time, if we have a time limit, I think that it should be enforced as we do with our other rules. And so I'm simply just concerned about continuing to lift times at future meetings. So I would recommend to go with what you had originally said, Ms. Fritz.
Okay, and I can email the comments to council on the 4th statement that we received, if you would like, if that's something council would like.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Starting with the first public statement is from Arturo Garcia Mendoza, Field Representative for the Office of Assemblywoman Luz Rivas. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, City staff, and neighborhood stakeholders. I hope this message finds you safe and healthy. Since the start of COVID-19 pandemic, Assemblywoman Luz Rivas has been working hard to keep our district updated and informed. With sweeping changes happening city and statewide, the Assemblywoman began hosting virtual town halls and teleconferences where she has been able to provide our community with important and much needed information related to COVID-19. She has highlighted and hosted attorneys from legal aid work, doctors, staff from Los Angeles County Department of Public Health, Secretary of State Alex Padilla, and Pacoima Beautiful on the topic of 2020 census, and a teleconference with the California Department of Insurance on the topic of business interruption insurance. Most recently, she hosted a timely briefing with Cal Nonprofits in order to bring resources to our nonprofit partners and constituents. These town halls are available for view on Assembly Luz Rivas's Facebook. Additionally, our team has been activated to assist constituents with state agencies such as EDD and DMV during the outbreak of COVID-19. As of last Friday, our team has resolved our 200th EDD case for AD 39 since March. Please don't hesitate to reach out to me at our district office. Telephone number is 818-504-3911. If I can be of assistance to you on state-related issues. Thank you. And we have public statement number 2 from Cindy Lopez. Thank you, City Council, for your time. The comment is in regards to the consideration to approve an exclusive negotiation agreement with Azure Development, Inc. for a site at Parking Lot 3. The proposal offers low-income housing in the downtown San Fernando Mall. Page 197 of the agenda states, the proposed project will be financed utilizing private equity, traditional construction financing, and available public grant resources for the construction of affordable housing, end quote. Page 148 states, in addition, as the concept plan is developed, the development team proposes using the Los Angeles County Development Authority's home ownership program / down payment assistance program to ensure these homes are affordable. The county program provides for 0% interest deferred loans with repayment of the down payment required only when the home is sold and there is a transfer on title, end quote. Use of the LACDA's home ownership program requires income eligibility. The chart of eligibility shows that according to the fiscal year 2020 income limits documentation system provided by HUD, you must be considered low income to buy one of these units. Quote, HOP is financed with home funds provided through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and is subject to the applicable federal regulations designed to meet the needs of low-income families. As you remember, the residents of San Fernando spent a great deal of time fighting the JCPenney project and asked the City Council not to bring low-income housing to our downtown mall where retail is needed. This is a similar project. On behalf of the residents for a better San Fernando, I ask you to reconsider this project and respect the wishes of the community. The charts below are from the HUD website in relation to the eligibility discussed. Fiscal year 2020 income limits documentation chart. And I'm not sure if you can actually see that there are charts that she did mention. And you have these emails, council, so that should be okay. Let me see here. Let me move on to the third public statement. This is a letter addressed to Mr. Nick Kimball, City Manager, and this letter is from Sovereign Ashkenazi. The following statement is hereby submitted regarding the subject items scheduled to be considered at today's council meeting. With adequate community input, the project proposed for the public parking lot 3 can be the catalyst it is meant to be. The outreach and community feedback for a project of this importance is extremely necessary during this unprecedented period of social and business disruption. The City Council is strongly urged to extend the outreach period to begin at least 90 days after the federal, state, and local governments officially declare the COVID-19 emergency pandemic to be over. Thank you. And that is the end of comments, public statements.
Thank you, Ms. Fritz. I appreciate that. Having concluded public statements, we are now at the consent calendar. Are there any items to pull for discussion before I accept a motion to approve the consent calendar? I do not see any desire to pull an item. Therefore, I will move to approve the consent calendar. Is there a second to this?
Second.
Roll call, please, Ms. Fritz.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ballin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco,
Yes.
Mayor Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. We are moving along to our administrative reports. The first administrative report is item number 6. This is a discussion regarding COVID-19 response efforts and approval for proposed recommendations. Mr. Kimball and I will regularly talk about this item after every council meeting to see what additional items we should include. I know that there are council members as well as me who are interested in hearing more about outdoor dining, talking about the new orders from the governor allowing mobile or outdoor salon services, and a discussion of the swap meet. And so those are a few of the points that Mr. Kimball and I discussed. If I omitted any, Mr. Kimball, feel free to fill them in as we proceed on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to have Deputy City Manager Tim Howe give a brief update on the last 2 weeks of any updates. We've had a few clarifications and updated protocols come through. And then I will go into and then we'll go into a little bit about the outdoor dining, how many of our restaurants have taken advantage of outdoor dining, and then, respond to any questions from council.
Thank you, Mayor Fajardo and honorable council members. So I feel like I'm in a recurring cycle. Every 2 weeks, I look back at 2 weeks ago at the good old days. So last time I provided an update, we had just started basically new rules related to the closing of indoor dining. Since that time, we've undergone a series of additional reclosings. The theme of those closings is essentially that indoor operations for many industries have been shuttered, and industries that are able and have capacity and space to be able to operate outdoors have the potential to do so. The outlook moving forward, and I'm sure Nick will talk more about the underlying data, national trends, local trends, they're all largely going in the wrong direction. So at this time, the things that have stayed consistent are face covering remain mandatory whenever you're out in public. So that has not changed. Social distancing guidelines, 6 feet, things of that nature, those have remained consistent throughout. The things that have changed over the last couple of weeks, however, are that a number of industries, so the big ones being the fitness facilities cannot have indoor operation. Museums, galleries cannot have indoor operations. Schools, that was the latest update as a result of announcements from the state level late last week. Locally here in LA County, what it means is that public and private school districts within LA County would remain closed to in-person learning until the county itself has been off of the state's county monitoring list for 14 consecutive days. The interpretation from most of the education community is that most likely means that when the fall semester or the fall school year begins, it's less and less likely that in-person instruction will be occurring at that time. And personal care establishments, so nail salons, cosmetology services, things of that nature, barbershops, hair salons cannot operate indoors. So that's in a nutshell what has occurred over the last couple of weeks. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tim. And just a couple other pieces of information. So generally, the hospitalization rate has been continuing to increase, meaning the number of hospital beds being used for COVID-19 patients. At the beginning of the outbreak, we had been around just under 2,000 beds per day for COVID, and this is in LA County. It dropped down a few weeks ago to a low of a little about 1,450 beds throughout the county. I checked yesterday, we were up a little over 2,100. So it's kind of peaking as far as the number of beds being used for COVID related treatment. So that being said, the county, the state and the county have seemed to take a position that outdoor activities are generally less risky than indoor activities. So as Mr. Howe has stated, many of these establishments cannot have indoor operations. However, they are still allowed to have outdoor operations. So staff is working. We've had about 5 or 6 applicants for the outdoor dining program that was approved a few weeks ago. And we are currently considering and looking at potential ways to expand some of those opportunities into private parking lots, assuming that certain parameters are met and that we can kind of have some sort of safety precautions in place. And that would only be a temporary permit until such time that indoor operations were allowed again. So those are some of the things that staff's sort of working on right now, through kind of, and obviously we a little bit of the swap meet, just to kind of give a little update on that. That's been open for about a week. And I think that's of particular, not concern, but interest to staff because it is one of our larger events. We typically on a weekend day, we would garner there would be 10,000 plus people that would go through, shoppers through the swap meet. Through this last weekend, they had approximately 3,500 to 4,000 in a day go through the swap meet. We had code enforcement do some spot checks to make sure that that there was significant compliance with some of their social distancing rules, masking, that type of thing. So we obviously 100% compliance is difficult, but they observed a lot of compliance with the social distancing rules. Swap meet plans to keep the vendors at about 50% of the total spots there's about 800 vendor spots that are available. They're currently only selling about 400 spots, and I believe their plans are to keep it in that neighborhood, at least for the time being. So, staff continues to kind of monitor that, as that is our kind of biggest concentration of folks. And obviously we look forward to any feedback that the council may have on some of our response efforts over the last few weeks and going forward.
Thank you. I will go now to the City Council for questions or comments. First with Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you. Well, you hit on one point that I wanted to bring up is the possibility of expanding into private parking lots for restaurants or whatever businesses that are allowed to, for example, I guess now, like barbers, something like that. So I'm glad that we're looking into that, because some of our businesses may not have the space on their sidewalk to meet the ADA demands, but they do have the space in the private parking lots that we could possibly get into. And I think probably one that comes to the top of my head is maybe Al Abuelo, Heavenly Pancake. There's a couple of them that might be able to profit from that. And in the same regards, I was thinking, I've been to, pre-COVID, I've had the opportunity to go to some restaurants that say do brunch, Sunday brunch. And they have outdoor dining, but their outdoor dining is not only in front of their business, but it is also in front of the neighboring businesses. So they have more square footage out in the front for outdoor dining. Do we currently have a program that would allow an individual to do that? Obviously, if they spoke or whatever release they have to get from the neighboring businesses to partner with them to allow them to use their space. But is that even a program that's allowed currently with our outdoor dining provisions? So
since we're kind of working through establishing what they might be right now, looking to try and get something established sooner rather than later. I mean, I do think that if there are definitely adjacent properties that are restaurants that may want to work together, and maybe that they close off one parking lot that allow a number of tables and then keep the other lot open for parking. I think from a staff perspective, that's a little bit more, that's a preferred option, because then you can, kind of separate vehicles from pedestrians pretty clearly. So, I think we're pretty open. Again, obviously they would need to have permission of adjacent property owners and that type of thing. But staff would be open to, partnerships where it makes sense. Again, as long as there's enough space that, tables are there's sufficient distance between tables. We don't want a very crowded area where there's a bunch of tables and a bunch of people. We want to make sure that there's, still 6 feet in between each table, so that, we're kind of creating that distance, and we're open to any of those arrangements.
I'm just thinking because, like, for example, in the mall area, like in Tres Hermanos, next door is the furniture store. If the furniture store is not going to be open at night or closes at 5 o'clock, or even a Saturday or Sunday, then maybe they can go over, obviously, with meeting all the social distancing and set up in front of theirs. Obviously, there has to be some type of MOU or whatever it may be for liability reasons with the two individuals. But I think that we might take a look at that. No one may want to do it. We don't know, but at least have it as an option, I think, to help out our businesses. And then also, so I think we touched upon it just briefly today. So someone in passing told me that we can actually start doing haircuts outside. That's a new order that was given.
I believe that is correct. This is Richard Padilla. Based on the July 14th order, there is some mention there about personal care facilities being able to do outdoor operations subject to certain defined protocols that the county health department has published.
Okay, that's really interesting. I'm always in need of a haircut. We've only had one haircut this entire COVID situation, so I think individuals will like that. It's just interesting to see how we will approach that, especially with the wind. And I know how long my hair's been during COVID, and when we had to cut it, I could have had someone else's hair. They could have donated it to them. But also part of that, I don't know if I even have to mention. It seems like it's pretty obvious, but with Californian rules and haircuts and barbershops and salons, the individuals go and they offer you a beer or they offer you a drink to make sure that that's not going to obviously spill over into our sidewalks, correct?
Mr. Kimball, you're muted.
Yeah. So according to ABC, and again, I'll have Tim, jump in, but, according to ABC, if they have a liquor license, as long to serve alcohol or beer, even I know some barbershops do, as long as they cordon off, they section out the spot. I do think with respect to non-dining at this moment, and this is kind of what staff's working through, we don't necessarily have, we're working through trying to establish if they want to use a private parking lot or anything other than, other than inside their facility. So even though it's allowed by the state of California, we don't necessarily have the mechanism in the city through which to allow that, those types of activities, unless there's, some businesses are kind of already set up with like an outdoor patio in the back that's, obviously a place they could set up. But if it's something that they're trying to use a public right of way, meaning the sidewalk or even private parking stalls that are supposed to be used for their approved parking, that's what we're working through right now. Because at this moment, we don't really have a mechanism that sort of authorizes that activity.
So and that would be specifically for salons, right?
For salons, gym, fitness gyms, any of those activities.
Yeah, really anything that's not restaurant retail, that's what's enabled at this point. So we would have to look at the additional uses and look at what rules might make sense to regulate but allow that.
Okay. And then I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ballin, followed by Mendoza.
I'm curious, from application to approval for outside dining, how long does it take the city to process?
So
Go ahead, Tim.
those were basically being processed in less than a day. Complete applications were being processed in less than 1 day.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. Thank you. And my next question, Nick, I'm not sure we have the information yet based on the call we were on, but I believe Dr. Farrar stated that they're going to come up with campaigning guidelines. Do we have any more information on that, or do you want to share something that she said that I might have missed?
Sure. So unfortunately, I missed that 2 o'clock meeting. They're usually at 3:30. So
Yes.
I had it in my head it was at 3:30, and then at 3:30, I realized it was an hour and a half ago. So Councilmember Mendoza and I are working on how to find that recording. But the city clerk, Julia, did share with me earlier today that that they are working on some potential campaign protocols. And she's awaiting, the county has already notified the clerks associations of those rules forthcoming. So as soon as we have those in writing, we will be sure to distribute them to all candidates.
Okay, and I'm pleased with that answer. And I know the candidates and those that are considering applying are very interested in what can they do and what can't they do. It's a very challenging campaign period for all. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza. You're on mute.
I just want to say that it's important for us to look outside the box so that we can find methods that we can help our merchants at this time. You know, they're surviving. They're just trying to survive at this time. So I think that if we make every effort to look at every little option while we maintain compliance and follow the COVID guidelines, I think that's very important for us to do. And you know, I'm glad that you're responding to the permits within a day. I think it's important. They're in a desperate situation right now. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I've grown increasingly concerned about the government response to coronavirus. I think we all see that hospitalizations are up. The total deaths are almost near 200,000 in our country. And like Tim said, the local trends are definitely going in the wrong direction. San Fernando in particular, we know the studies show that communities with people of color, communities that have lower income are disproportionately impacted by the coronavirus. And they have more negative health consequences from the coronavirus. And something that we're doing is very concerning to me, and that is basically allowing the swamp meet to continue operating. I've been trying to sound the alarm since last week with Nick about my concern that the swamp meet might have 3,000-4,000 people every day. And the reasoning doesn't make sense that we would have churches or schools, city hall, even gatherings at your house to be restricted to 10 people or less, or to just the people in your household. And yet we have a swamp meet that over 3 days this past weekend had 12,000 people run through it. And so I hope I'm not the only one alarmed at the danger that having an operating swamp meet poses for our community. We have to remember that there's a lot of people from outside of San Fernando come as well. And if the public health orders are telling us to avoid crowded places and to avoid contact with anyone that doesn't live in our household, it's mind-boggling to me how we are allowing the swap meet to operate. I thank staff for being diligent and keeping tabs on these numbers for us, but I think it's up to us as a city council to act on them. They're very concerning to me, and I hope they're concerning to you guys as well. Mr. Padilla, if the city council decides something needs to be done about the swap meet, is there anything in our capacity to do as far as restricting attendance or temporary closure?
So the current protocols, as has been the case with all of the county protocols, not only allows the cities to enforce their provisions, but it has consistently had language that said that cities reserve the right to impose stricter restrictions. Swap meets initially were among those businesses that were not allowed to open at all. In recent months, the public health officer has decided to allow them to be reopened, subject to some pretty significant guidelines dealing with how many people can be in there at a given time, observance of the various social distancing protocols. In principle, yeah, I mean, the city could decide if it wanted to look at what added procedures it felt might be necessary. But as with most sort of extraordinary type of action, though, it is important that we root our action in some sort of findings, in some sort of particularized set of observations that would justify or help us defend any claim that perhaps we were overreaching.
Sure,
But in principle, yes.
Yeah, we're not spitballing, hey, let's shut down the swap meet because we feel like it. We have a pandemic going on right now. And I think I wrote it down here in the LA Times, a pretty respectable news organization, that daily, and Nick, I think you reiterated this too, daily we're having 2,000 hospitalizations in LA County. Deaths have tripled since reopening on May 8th under Newsom's orders. And I think these are all very concerning. And I think that we need to temporarily close the swap meet again and come up with a plan, because 400 vendors and 3,000 to 5,000 people a day is just not very smart to me. I hope I'm not alone on that. That just does not sound like a good idea. I think if we ask Dr. Fauci himself, hey, you know, we know it's outdoors and the transmission is not as high as indoors, but do you think it's okay that we have 5,000 people a day at our swap meet? I can't conceive a situation where he would say, you know, that's okay, you know, don't worry about it. There's not that big of a problem. I think we have to use a little bit of common sense here. And if we all ask ourselves, if you worked or shopped at the swap meet, would you go? Would any of us go right now? I know I wouldn't. And my heart goes out to the vendors who have been shut down for the last 3 months. And from what I understand, the reopening of the swap meet was a little bit arbitrary and didn't make a lot of sense either. And so what I think we need to do is temporarily close the swap meet and come up with a better plan, because that many people is just too many people. And so I guess I would either like to make a motion or entertain a motion when the time is right with my colleagues after deliberation with you all, because especially the Disaster Council, I can't see how the Disaster Council could be okay with this swap meet operating. I mean, this pandemic is still a disaster, and it's definitely not getting better. And so I would be very much eager to hear the reasoning behind, you know, why we should allow the swap meet beyond, hey, you know what, these people, they work there. That's the only way they put food on the table. We understand that. But from the get-go, coronavirus has always been about what we can do to protect other people from contracting the disease, from having the most vulnerable people, elderly people, people of color, low-income people without access to healthcare. These are all constituencies in San Fernando. And it concerns me that we're allowing this, and I'm very much eager to hear from the Disaster Council and from the other council members. So I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments?
I have a question for Nick. Nick, I do agree with Councilmember Pacheco. It does concern me that we have in such a small space, what is it, maybe 4,000 people. And yet at a barber shop, or when I went to get my hair cut, she said they were only allowed to have 10 people, and that included the hairstylist in the shop. And that's a pretty decent sized shop. And you can't even go get a haircut with the situation to set it up that maybe depending on the square footage of the shop, to have one person, two people in the barber shop. But yet the county, I'm assuming the county said, hey, swap meets for 3,000 to 4,000 people over the weekend. There's no way you can walk around at that swap meet and distance, do the distancing that you would need. So I was curious about that when they opened up. I understand exactly, as Councilmember Pacheco mentioned, these are vendors that are very desperate, but so are the barbershop, the barbers, the hairstylists, the furniture, all the businesses in our community and all communities. They want to get back to work. So what's the answer, Nick?
You're on mute. Mr. Kimball, you're on mute.
Maybe
The answer is not an easy one. I mean, at the end of the day, I think the county and the state are trying to balance public health considerations with economic considerations, right? So, I think a lot of their and I reached out and asked them about the sort of relative risk level of an outdoor swap meet, and so their answer was very kind of laden with caveats that there is some science that outdoor activities are less risky than indoor activities, but anytime you leave your house, there's a risk, and you're subjecting yourself to that risk. So, I think a lot of the decisions is how do we balance the economic impact with the public health impact, and so that's where I think the county and the state was where their mind was when they were talking about reopening swap meets. I don't want to speak for them. I don't know exactly where it was. I mean, at the end of the day, as the city attorney mentioned, the city council does have the option, so to speak, or does have the ability to be more restrictive than the county ordinance. Where the swap meet is now, and I kind of got an update from them this afternoon right before this meeting to ask what they've learned for the last week of operating, what their plans are. They have about 100 vendor booths. They are only planning on selling 400 of those 800 vendor booths, so right about 50%. And so there's a opportunity to work with them to reduce that if that's something that the council wants to look into. I do think that we need to continue to, regardless, we need to continue to monitor, and Tim's folks are stopping in a few times a day. I asked them I asked the swap meet if they have additional staff, if they have additional hand washing stations. They do have a few sanitizing stations. They plan on increasing that. They do have staff, a few extra staff that are walking around, making sure people are complying. There are always, there's always the ability to increase our compliance. Just understanding that when by limiting, how many vendors there are at the swap meet. And we saw, last week there were a number of protests, and we had large gatherings of protesters, of vendors that were, unable to get a table because it was at 50% capacity. And that created a whole other set of, large gathering of people. We probably had approximately 100 people out front. So, I guess that's sort of something we need to consider, and we can come back. I don't think we can necessarily take an action tonight, but we can definitely get under this item, but we can definitely get direction to bring back some findings in a resolution that does have sort of more strict restrictions than the state or the county with regards to the swap meet.
Thank you. Councilmember Ballin, does that conclude your questions or comments, or do you have additional follow-ups?
No, I think it's that's good for now, but I'm glad that, and I understand we can't take any action tonight. So this gives us a little bit of time, gives them a little bit of time to figure all this out. And let's see what happens in the next couple of weeks by the time of our next council meeting. I'm curious. I saw the protesters, but I wasn't there the day that the swap meet, one of the days the swap meet was open, and I'd certainly like to drive by and check that out as well.
Thank you. So, well, Mr. Kimball, I think, did ask for direction. Do you believe that he should bring back this item at the next meeting with provisions to vote on, or are you saying that you would still like us to receive an update next week? No, sorry, an update at the next meeting, but not necessarily take a.
Since
Vice Mayor?
The Vice Mayor, you're talking to the Vice Mayor, correct? Or to me?
I was talking, I know his position, but I don't know what your position is.
Let him give the direction. He brought up his concerns, so he can give the direction. I'm going to support his direction.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues before I go back to the Vice Mayor? Yes, Councilman, I think I saw a finger up.
When I raise my hand on this little Zoom thing, can you see it, Mayor?
No, only when I'm the moderator, unfortunately. Yeah. I used to love having that because it was easier to facilitate, but now I need a finger or a highlighter or something.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I raised it and I didn't know. If we're going to bring this item back, I just want to add some more information. Can we have information on how many hand washing stations they have throughout the facility? If there's any way the county has any data of contract tracing related to swap meets.
So I asked them that, and they don't get to that level of detail. I asked them if they have detail related to swap, reported cases that originated from swap meets, because there are a number. I know, like the Santa Fe swap meet has been open since May 30, since the beginning of June. Same thing with the Saugus/Santa Clarita swap meet in Paramount. So I was hoping that they had some data specific to swap meets, but they don't. The county doesn't at this point have swap meet specific data.
Okay. Now knowing that those swap meets are open, can we get some data on any provisions that they've taken? Especially if they've taken any provisions that are higher than what the county is asking for, so maybe we can try to incorporate them. And then also, I know that we're setting a limit to, or we're not setting a limit, I guess, but the swap county or the swap meet ownership has set a limit to approximately 50% of the booths to be open. And I know we said how many individuals showed up in one day, and it might be probably too difficult at this point in time, but I know going back to what Councilmember Balin said, I remember when I went to, Harbor Freight and Home Depot, wind up having to wait in a socially distanced line because they have a cap of how many individuals can be in at one time. There's nothing like that going on here, correct? It's just we're counting to see how many people, because I know it was said several times that 3,000 plus people a day or whatever it was, but that doesn't necessarily mean 3,000 people were in there at once. What was it? And I don't know if they would have that data. That might be broken down a little more than what they have prepared for us. Or maybe we look at something like that. Maybe it's we only allow 800 people in there at one time. I don't know, whatever it may be, but if we can try to work with any data like that as well. I just want to make sure whatever decision that we make, regardless if it's to open it, not touch anything, or to close it, it's just based on data. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
I know, like Nick, that Mr. Kimball, that you had sent us some information on some protocols they were taking. But are they taking the temperature of the vendors there? Do you know?
I do not believe they're taking temperature of vendors or customers. They did update their website. Mr. Howe had sent it to me earlier. They did update their website with some of their protocols. I haven't had a chance to look at them prior to the meeting, but I can find out about temperature checks, especially if that's something that the council is interested in making a requirement.
Yeah, and how many visitors they've had each particular day they've been open.
Yeah.
It'd probably be difficult to get an hourly count or something, like what are their peak hours. Also, do they have distance spots on, when someone goes to a booth, do they have like those distancing little markers on the ground?
Right.
Or because we might look at maybe decreasing the number of booths that are available from 400 to maybe less. But that's another option that could possibly be taken. But I'm very concerned, and thank you for bringing that up, Vice Mayor, because I myself, I stay indoors quite a bit for protection of others and myself and my family. So thank you.
I mean, I'm really glad we're thinking this through together, because if it feels like it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. Honestly, it does not. Nick, as far as direction, I echo all these questions. I think it's important to try to gather this data, but I think we need the option of at least voting on a temporary closure while we work a little bit closer with the swap meet and the vendors to make sure that this rollout goes a little bit better the second time around. By all indications, it was a boondoggle, and I think we have, if we think about it, to me, I'm sorry, but the only reason why the swap meet operators are open is for one thing: money. That's it. It's the only reason why they're open, is to make money. City council, we don't have to worry about that. We have to worry about public health, and we have to worry about helping during a pandemic. Robertson Group or the swap meet operators, they just care about cash. And it's incumbent on us to make sure that we take a thoughtful approach to reopening, and we give people the safety that they deserve from catching the coronavirus. This is a very, very big deal. 2,000 people are being hospitalized every single day from this. And it's very alarming. So if we can look at options for reducing capacity, at least 50% or more, or other options like the other council members suggested, I think that would be great. But at least having something where we can vote on a temporary closure so that we can halt it and decide whether to open it at all would be a relevant and pertinent thing for us to consider. I think, I pretty much covered all the points that I wanted to on the swap meet, and I really hope that we can compromise on this. It really is a no-brainer. So thank you. I'll give my time.
Yes, Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, yes, many of the vendors at the swamp meet, it is because of the money that they're going to be bringing in. because that's their only source of income. Some of them don't qualify for any other, they don't qualify for the unemployment, any PPE or any business type of loan. And that is the only source of income. That's why it is a cash driven type of decision they're making to be there, because that's survival for them and their families. I just want to make sure that that's clear as well. That it has to do with just living, you know, paying your expenses, buying food. That's what it's about for many of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kimball, I believe that you've heard from the whole council, and it appears to me that you would have sufficient direction. However, do you feel that there are any items left for you that are unclear on not just the swap meet issue, but item 6 as a whole?
No, I have about 6 or 7 questions that are data points that we'll try to collect prior to August 3rd, and we will bring forward 2 options, optional orders. One would be a complete closure, temporary closure, and the other would be, we'll have some blanks to fill in, but would be an order to limit capacity, both of the vendors and customers. So we will bring both of those back on August 3rd. And we'll also bring back something related to outdoor, outdoor dining and other services that are allowed to be outdoors that can utilize a space, that are not as densely packed as the swap meet.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. We will be moving on now to item number 7. This is a consideration to approve an exclusive negotiation agreement with Azure Development for the development opportunity site at parking lot number 3. And I see that a number of people have joined our Zoom call, our Zoom conference rather. And Mr. Kimball, if you or Mr. Howe would like to take the reins on this item.
Sure. This Mr. Howe will be leading the discussion of this item.
Honorable Mayor and council members, we have an update to provide you. We have a presentation. We have a potential public-private partner.
Range
of 5 qualifications as well.
Mr. Howe will be leading the discussion.
Oh.
If folks could all mute, if they're streaming on YouTube, and mute their microphones at the moment. Apologies. So we have, I'll give a brief overview of everything that the city and staff has done to get us to this point today. Then I'll be handing it over to our economic development consultant, Ken Hira, from Cosmont Companies, to give a more in-depth explanation of the exclusive negotiation agreement. And then we'll pass it over to the proposed development team led by Azure. So on March 4th of last year, Cosmont Company and city staff presented a downtown San Fernando economic development and asset analysis in a city council study session. Council directed staff to subsequently designate the city-owned parking lot number 3 as a potential development opportunity site. On September 24th of last year, the city hosted a opportunity site community meeting, and community feedback from both the community meeting and online survey and surveys made available at City Hall for the next 30 days were summarized in a memorandum. On December 19th, subsequent to those actions, the city issued an RFQ, a request for developer qualifications for parking lot number 3 as a blended use development opportunity. And that is the 1.44 acres at the corner of San Fernando Mission Boulevard and Celis Street. The RFQ was issued to over 200 entertainment and blended use developers. By the submittal deadline of January 31st, the city received one response from a development team led by Azure, who we have here at the meeting today, They're a real estate development company based in Los Angeles County. The development proposal and team was vetted by Cosmont companies and city staff and determined to be a responsible developer that met the qualifications provided in the RFQ. Over the last several months, the city staff and Azure have negotiated a proposed exclusive negotiation agreement for council's consideration tonight, which would provide a specified period of time for both parties to develop terms for a development agreement, which would be, and that would be the binding agreement for the proposed redevelopment of parking lot number 3. The time frame would also allow project shaping, as well as further refinements of the project, determining next steps. And I'm going to share my screen. All right. Can you see my screen? Okay. And now I'll pass it over to Ken here from Cosmont Company.
Okay. Thank you. And Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor, members of the council, my name's Ken Hira with Cosmont Companies, and I know we've been in discussion throughout this process, which we call the request for qualification and developer selection process for Lot 3. Tim.
Apologies.
It's okay, we can't see your screen, but what I'd like to do to pick up where Tim left off is, generally speaking, just talk through some high level and key salient points from the exclusive negotiation agreement that the staff level has been able to work on with Azure Development, and now in a public hearing in a setting, be able to vet the exclusive negotiation agreement. I'm going to highlight key points to that. And I believe that in advance of the meeting tonight, that within the public package that was distributed, the ENA, exclusive negotiation agreement, and Azure's presentation, which they're going to be following my discussion with, were included, so that hopefully there was a review process, and that this isn't the first time necessarily that folks are able to see this. So what I'm going to go through is the exclusive negotiation agreement salient terms, and then just some sort of next steps that are for consideration for the council. And then Azure is going to lead a presentation about qualifications and project, et cetera. So Tim, do you want me to just try to get that document up and just read it if it's not staying on the screen?
Let me give me 1 second. Let me try one more time. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, definitely can.
All right.
You want me to go ahead and just use what you have up?
Sure.
Okay.
And I'm trying to get it full screen. Apologies.
Right. Could be slideshow. I'm not sure, Tim.
All right. It's showing us full screen for me. How about for everyone else?
It is
All
for
right.
me as well. Okay. These are the salient points from the document, which there's more detail to it, but starting off, the main purpose and the idea behind what an ENA is it's considered a non-binding agreement in that there's not a project that's been accepted. It's not a project approval process. And so really, in one sense, it's a project shaping process, but the ultimate goal is to get to what we call a binding agreement or a development agreement. Generally speaking, these E&A processes can take time. They're a set of negotiations. So this is sort of the beginning, if you will, of a process between the city and Azure Development, which includes a series of milestones, et cetera. And we can talk more about that. But basically, the first bullet point here identifies that the E&A is a non-binding agreement with primary purpose for the city and developer to exclusively and in good faith negotiate a development agreement. The proposed term for the E&A between city and Azure is 12 months. And if the developer has performed and certain progress and milestones have been achieved, and there's a list of those milestones, the city manager has the right or the ability to extend the E&A period for up to 2 different 6-month periods. And that's really if there's significant progress and that maybe a development agreement, there's an imminent component to a project that could get approved, and there needs to be a little bit more time because these things do take time. This project is, which Azure will go through, is a mix or a blend of uses, and it's on a parking lot. So there's enough complexities that 12 months is not an unreasonable period of time, notwithstanding the fact that there would want to be environmental review and obviously a significant amount of community outreach during that period. So from a financial perspective, the developer is committed to reimbursing the city for expenses by making a $10,000 payment ostensibly upon execution of the E&A. I think there's a few days within the full execution of the E&A, but basically at the beginning of the E&A period, developers willing to put up $10,000 to offset city expenses. Further, there's an additional $15,000 commitment that the developer will make upon city's approval of a financial pro forma and a funding structure. And then lastly, further expenses incurred by the city, which are legitimate project expenses for the city, can be part of a reimbursement or a compensation as contemplated in the development agreement. The milestones, within 90 days, developer will submit a pro forma, a financing plan, a schedule, a community outreach plan, due diligence, a project plan submittal. And then following that 90-day period, within 120 days, the city staff has sort of an obligation as well. It's a two-way street, if you will, to complete plan review and provide feedback to the developer in order for the developer to then respond with updates and revisions to that feedback. And that next milestone, and these are high-level milestones, is within 210 days. And I parenthetically include the term project shaping because that to me is one of the best ways to think about what's going on. We have to figure out whether this project is financially feasible, whether it meets the community's needs, whether it meets the vision, and whether the developer and the city are comfortable with a permanent set of terms and conditions. Within 240 days of the E&A, a draft of the development agreement itself will be circulated for final development proposal in order for that 12-month period to be met. Again, if there's a need, if there's progress, if some of these things haven't happened, if there hasn't been good faith, if there hasn't been milestones, enough that parties feel like there's been that type of progress, then there doesn't have to be an extension, but there can be an extension. So a couple more things. Developer will advise city staff on progress via bi-weekly meetings and conference calls, and the city council will be updated upon request. So I think it's important that there's a transparent process, and I believe that's what these milestones and these terms and conditions provide for, so that the city is in the loop on this process and during the process. And lastly, the last salient point identified here is that there's a default of the ENA that would be triggered, and the ENA would be terminated based on certain default milestones if things aren't met, or if there's not the right commitments that are being made. Then both parties, in a sense, can walk away because it's a two-way street, as I mentioned. So that's the highlights. I don't know if there's any questions. I can move on to just very quickly sort of the next steps from that negotiation process that staff and the developer have undertaken. Is that this today is really about that being publicly shared, the presentation from Azure, which is going to follow, the project concept. So it's their qualifications, the project concept, and it's really for the council and the public to vet and deliberate. If the ENA is approved by the council, the initial community input and outreach and project shaping process would take place, and the development terms of a binding development agreement would begin to be negotiated. So I'll leave it at that. I don't know if there's any questions for me. I think the next step, frankly, is for Azure to make a presentation. And at this stage, if there aren't questions, we would turn it over to, I think, Vanessa Delgado, who would take it from here.
Thank you. First, I will see if the council has any questions for Mr. Hira. I'm not able to see all the squares, so I will sort through them. Councilmember Ballin, do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Not yet, thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza?
No questions, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'll hold to the end of the presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Having said that, Ms. Delgado, I believe the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for this opportunity to present my firm and the project concept that we have tonight. I'll just skip right into the next slide. Tim, do you want me to? Oh, there you go. Okay. So our firm was created in 2016, my firm. I'm the owner. We are a registered small business and a woman-owned business. We have about $150 million of projects in construction currently, and we're focused on creating projects with integrity, creativity, and community. We don't take more projects than we can deliver. So this is a project that's very special to me. I think that we can do something that delivers an important impact to the community at Parking Lot 3. And we are familiar with the city. Tim, if you can go to the next slide. In 2018, we finished the CVS pharmacy, not directly across the street, but very nearby. So we're very proud of that. I think it's a beautiful store, and we did what we could to make sure that CVS did local hiring as part of the project. You can see in that in 2018, we had Councilmember Gonzalez in that picture, and Tim is in the ribbon cutting there. I think he's row. So you can see that even though it was just a few years ago, there's been substantial change, but we were there. Our expertise is partnerships. We do a lot of work with cities, and our specialty is creating a project that's unique for the community based on public formulas of funding and making sure that it delivers something to the community. Some of the projects that we currently have in development include our Bellflower Center in the city of Bellflower. This project is about $11 million. It's on 1.5 acres, and it's an all retail project, about 14,000 square feet. We hope to start construction in October. And this project will feature one drive-through tenant and then a food hall. We've certainly learned on how to adapt retail to the COVID-19 pandemic. And this food hall will actually have proprietary delivery service, a takeout window, and we've actually opened up the building to do indoor-outdoor dining. So happy to share more about how retail can survive through COVID-19. But the next project is a housing project in the city of Bell Gardens. It's 48 townhomes that we also hope will be starting around October. This was a brownfield project. We did the cleanup for the project and now made it that it's actually viable for housing. And although this is a market rate project, we wanted to make sure that we had some down payment assistance programs, and we'll be talking more about that as it relates to the project later. So we are doing that program in Bell Gardens. And even though we haven't started the construction of the homes yet, we have 1,300 people signed up because there's such a need for workforce housing. The next project that we wanted to highlight that is currently in development for our firm is in Boyle Heights. This is actually where I grew up. And it is right across the street from Mariachi Plaza. This is an affordable, all affordable project. We have 44 units that are affordable to residents at 30 to 50% AMI. So what that means is the rent will be about $200 for a studio and $600 for a 2-bedroom unit. And then we have 3 stores on the ground floor. This is 100% public subsidy project, and that's what was appropriate for that community. So we try to do things that are right for each project, depending on where they are and what the city's needs are. So how does this impact parking lot 3? So you've heard a little bit about the ENA process, and we thought that this project was perfect for the work that we do. Certainly when we were looking at we were doing the CVS project, and I worked on Plaza Pacoima nearby. I did see that the city has quite a bit of open parking lots, and I know that the metro is coming in through this area, high-speed rail. So when this RFP came out with a project that's about 1.5 acres, we thought that there was a way to preserve parking for the downtown, but also create housing and retail all on this property. And so that is what our vision is. And the next slide. Our process is simply to look at what does a market show is the greatest need in the city. And for our research, we saw that it was very hard for any first-time home buyer, anybody that's considered working class, to actually be able to afford a home. And so it was a very glaring gap in the city of San Fernando because it's so expensive. If you want to buy a home under $500,000 in the city of San Fernando, it is really quite hard. We actually didn't see, when we did the RFP response in January, any units that were available. And in fact, the San Fernando Valley is actually the most expensive location in the entire nation for home buying. So we thought it was important to create housing that was affordable for a teacher, a firefighter, a first-time home buyer, maybe some seniors. And the way we aim to do that is with down payment assistance programs. And you heard a little bit about that if you were listening to public comment. Certainly, we're gonna go through a community outreach process to see which kinds of families we should be helping. Our goal is to help working class families, and we cited in the actual RFQ LA County program, but since then we've actually had discussions with the state, and the state through Cal FHA has a program that anybody who makes up to $153,000 is eligible for. And we think that might be a better fit for this community, but through the community outreach process, we're gonna ask what kinds of income groups do you think can best be helped here? And so we're going to go through that process. We're very flexible on that. We're just here to deliver whatever the community needs. We also will be looking for other grant funding with the state. So we're not going to, it's not a cookie cutter process. We're going to do that through the ENA. I can't tell you that I know the answer right now, but we will discover that as we hear from the community and the council. So we think parking lot 3 is the perfect opportunity to help people buy a home and live in downtown. So we also, though, want to make sure that we have creative retail on the corner. We think, something right next to Jack in the Box. What we would like to do is another type of food hall concept where we have the stores downstairs and then you go up onto the roof to actually eat. And it feels like, an outdoor experience. So we don't have a very large retail component on this project just because there's so many needs for housing in the city. But I'm very flexible into looking for whatever types of tenants people are interested in that are feasible for this property. All right, so that was what the data showed. And now I'm going to turn it over to Javier, who's going to tell us a little bit about the site plan. And again, this is our concept for now, and it'll be developed during the ENA process.
Thank you, Vanessa, and thank you, council and staff, for having us. What you're seeing here on the screen is the ground floor. There are two main components that you're looking at here. One of them is that we've been able to preserve the existing public parking for the city of San Fernando. And then on the left, you see the retail area that Vanessa mentioned. We have a total of 6,000 square feet, which again could be a food hall or could be a combination of other commercial tenants. The third component here is the residential lobby, the private residential lobby for the residents up above. If we go to the next slide. On the second level, again, one of the larger components is the private parking for the residents, and they will have their own private ramp as well. So all the residents will be separated from the public parking below. But for us, the most important thing too, on the left, you'll see that community outdoor deck in the green that Vanessa mentioned. So, you know, as you get your food downstairs, you're able to either eat it potentially at some outdoor tables up front, or bring it around and go up this public stair that separates the community room and the community outdoor deck to take it up to that outdoor space above. That outdoor space is very flexible. We're looking forward to hearing the feedback from the community on what they would like to see, but some of the things that could happen up there is just simple, you know, tables and chairs. It could also be a outdoor movie event scheduled there, or potentially a stage for live music on Fridays, or other things of that nature. The community room that you're seeing there in yellow is specifically for the residents. That area has been designated to be developed into a gym, or maybe a meeting room, or maybe it's a you know, play area for children. There are many different options that we can explore. If we go to the next level, please, or the next image. Thank you. So these three images are meant to be sort of a presentation of the style of the architecture that we would propose for this site. Again, it is important to note that, you know, we're looking forward to the feedback from the community, but what we would like to propose is what we're calling warm modern. And it is a style that keeps its material in the natural sense of woods and you know, things of that nature, maybe terracotta tiles, but keeps the lines clean in sort of a modern sense. It sort of brings it into the present. So it's an homage to the past, but with a clean design aesthetic. Next slide. These three images that we're showing here, again, are representations of what we think the commercial spaces could feel and look like. On the left, you're seeing sort of that engagement of the retail at the bottom, with potentially some residential up top. In the middle, you're seeing what we're calling sort of the community stair, which is that stair that I mentioned that would take you up above onto that second story, and really thinking that that space can also be engaged by the residents or the public as they get their food and are able to explore it. And on the right, you're seeing an example of what retail at the bottom could look like with a deck up above. So to create a very dynamic commercial experience there. One more, please. And finally, these three images are intended to relate the quality of space for the residential component of this project. Our goal is to keep it very low scale, make it feel very suburban in nature, a lot of green. You know, we're looking at maximum of two levels. A lot of these units could potentially be 2 stories, so you would have nobody living above you. But again, the idea here is sort of to give that sense of a beautiful green space for the residents.
Thank you, Javier. So Javier is our architect. His firm is called Our Firm, and we look forward to getting very creative on the project. But I just wanted to make sure that it's very clear that an ENA is the start of a development process. I know it feels like there's a project here that's developed for some people, but this is actually just the way these projects normally happen. There has to be something to start with, an idea, a concept that's put forward. And just by way of example, I worked on Plaza Pacoima, that it's not too far away. We started with a concept that was a Target and movie theaters with restaurants on the old Price Pfister plant. And the community actually wanted living wage jobs. And so we turned it into the Costco, Best Buy, Lowe's that you see now, because they were willing to sign a living wage ordinance. And so community engagement is something that I do. One of my targets is to actually get to be invited to a quinceañera or some special event like that. I want to get that close to the community. For Plaza Pacoima, again, we had an award-winning community benefits agreement that we negotiated with Pacoima Beautiful and 15 other nonprofits in that community. So I certainly want to tell that kind of story when we get to the development agreement, which is the actual deal stage. We hope to be at that stage in a year. And so there is a lot of work that will happen from now until a year when this idea is fully developed. From then we'll be able to say which kinds of families we'll be able to help. All of them are intended to be living in San Fernando or working directly in the city. We want to help small businesses for the retail, but all that process of who, what income will come through the outreach process. We'll start that right away, assuming we get approved. Hopefully we do. And then we process the approvals for the site plan and actually continue to refine it. See if we can grow the green space, see if we can grow the retail, all of that happens together. And then we have to secure the financing. And that's where some of the grants that we're talking about from the state will determine what amenities we have to have in the project. But it's, and then we get to start construction. So it's a long process, but ideally it's something that really helps residents from the city of San Fernando actually be able to buy a home. And with that, I'm open to any questions that the council may have.
Thank you. I will start first with Councilmember Ballin. And if you could possibly return to the standard view, and I apologize again for the discoloration on my screen. I'm not sure why it happens at most meetings. Councilmember Ballin?
I support this project. I have, since I've been on city council since 2011, I have asked for condos or townhouses, something that our people can afford and own more than anything. I want ownership, not low income housing. It's really critical that they build up some equity, and these are our young professionals have an opportunity. I've heard many too often that there was some housing being developed or considered for our young professionals, but I haven't heard someone come forward and say, here's a good project and there will be opportunity for home ownership. And I want to understand more about the qualifiers from you. What will qualify a couple to purchase one of the townhouses or condos? And that's all I have for now.
That's a great question. And so the first 90 days, the ENA provides for us to prepare what's called a financing plan. And what we do in that stage is prepare a list of the grants that we think we need to build the project. So in this project, we're building back the parking. So we're doing a parking structure for the public parking. And then any amenities, I know we talked about possibly trying to do some amenities on Celis Street and making sure that that's livable and walkable. So all of that funding has to be in the project. Any costs that the city incurred to create this project through the negotiation process. And then we have to make sure that the homes are not too expensive. So we have to offset the cost of the construction of the homes themselves. So if you, I'm not sure if it was super clear, but the way this is envisioned is the first floor is all public parking. And it's up to the city to determine if that's at a cost or not. So then people drive onto the second level, and that's actually where your garage is going to be. And so you drive into your garage, it closes behind you, and then you go upstairs to your kitchen, and then your third level is actually your living rooms. And the homes will be from probably 2 to 3 bedrooms. And then we'll have what's called flats, condos for seniors, for a single millennial, and those will be a little bit more cost effective. So to do all of that, I think right now, my best bet for how to finance this and make sure that the city can assign these to whoever they want as far as income qualifications is through something called an infrastructure grant and CDBG grant to the city. And so the city will be able to determine if anybody, makes $153,000 or so, or less. That can be a single person or a family, or works in the city and has separate criteria. It's really going to be up to the city. So what I'm trying to do is get a series of grants to fund the project that don't put in a whole nother layer of requirements. We're going to be creating this. And I really hope that San Fernando is looked to as a model for how to do townhomes that are affordable to young first-time homebuyers or people who just can't afford a home with the costs that they are at. So it's actually, so the answer, Councilwoman, is I hope it's going to be up to you as the city to be able to say, there's going to be a raffle but we want to make it as flexible for you as possible.
Okay, but when you're talking about $153,000, that kind of makes people in the community very nervous because we're not a community that there are people that do earn 150,000 or more, but the average income in the community is definitely not 153,000. So what's the?
Okay, so that's the ceiling. So that's the maximum.
Okay, that's what you didn't say. It's the maximum.
Yeah, sorry.
And that's a little scary for people to hear something like that.
Yeah, so that's the maximum, and that's only under the Treasurers Cal FHA program. So that gives you, I think, the most flexibility to make these available to a lot of different residents. So that's the one I'm favoring right now, but it's going to be up to staff and ourselves. And my goal will be so that you can make these available to anybody under that income. So it's not too narrow.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation today. And I have a list of questions and comments here.
Okay.
I kind of was just going through them while we're going through the whole process. So we might start at one place and go somewhere else and then touch back upon it. So we'll just all try to bear with each other. Okay. Now, for myself, I really want to see entertainment focus or incorporation into this project. And I think we should get creative. And one of the things that we could possibly do is look at, and council's already talked about this, but I don't think it actually reached into the RFP or the RFQ at that time, is the possibility of closing down CELIS and incorporating some type of entertainment or anything that's there. And I know other council members as myself would like to see more green space. And I think it could be a good opportunity to incorporate some green space there. And then you could also look at, say, I'm in that field with recreation and parks. In Huntington Park, there's York Street Park, was basically right in the heart of the main strip. And man, that place is always packed with families. They go, they get their coffee, they bring their children run around on the swings, they go walk down. The restaurants are full, so when they have to wait 30, 40 minutes, they go back to the park and they play. And I think this could be a great opportunity to shut down that and create a little play place there for our community. The same thing would go into, like, if you look at Pershing Square or you look at Grant Park, there's so many ideas like that. When you go into even what we already do is, the movies on the weekend or movies at night during the summer night lights for City of LA. This could also be an opportunity. I know you put a slide up there that I absolutely love, with the stairs going up, looks like to the second floor. I think that would be gorgeous if you could have something like that, possibly going down, connecting to Sealis Street, where you can have an option for an outdoor theater. I think that would be a great opportunity. And if there is something like that, do you typically pass on the maintenance to cities, or is it a partnership, or maybe your company oversees the maintenance for 10 years or whatever it is? Have you ever done anything like that before?
No, so thank you for the question, council member. That's a great idea. I love that. If you could incorporate in any actual direction to staff to look into the closure of Stella Street, since that wasn't part of the RFP, it's not something I could volunteer. But I absolutely love the idea. I actually worked on a streetscape project for Huntington Park that I don't think actually that they've been able to get the funding. But as part of this project, we can incorporate Celis because it's a public-private partnership and get funding to do street closure programs. So what I would love to do is something that has music, art elements. If you look at the city of Livermore, they have one of the best programs. And what they do is they have flexible bollards that come up and down so that you can allow traffic when it's, and then close for street festivals. You can pretty much do anything you like. What we would do is work with your recreation department and see what they want to do and then just build in the capacity. And I would recommend maybe a business improvement district to actually fund it and maintain it. But we can also developer. There's a lot of time to think through that. But if it's something that the council chooses, I wholeheartedly support it, love it. That gets me very excited about trying to expand, creating the district. And I think it'll help create the downtown that you all are looking for. But you would please, if you could please direct it, and then we could look for the grants.
Well, that would definitely be my recommendation. I think a lot of, for example, I don't know if you've seen the designs. We presented the designs a while back of the new North Hollywood station, the Red Line station, where they're basically demolishing it and they're doing retail, they're doing homes, they're doing an outdoor park area with a movie screen as well. And so those are great designs that were brought forward as well through Metro. So something like that, I think, can really capture and give it that hometown feel there in the heart of our city. But also part of that is the way it's designed. It looks like the front of the businesses are along San Fernando Mission. But if we're going to create this Sealis area where it's going to be where the people are actually going to meet, you could even do splash pads there. It would be a good opportunity to also do retail space on that side if possible. So when you're at the park, it doesn't feel like you're sitting in an alley between the side of a retail and parking and the backside of businesses. And I think also if we could try somehow, I don't know how it could be done, if it's on a city side or obviously in partnership, maybe a facade grant program. So we can also upgrade the facade and all that area along Sealis too. So that way it looks like it's not a new project on the parking lot. That way it looks like it's a new project for the whole downtown or for the whole mall. So that project can bleed over into Sealis and then bleed over into the retail space that's already existing there. And I think that would really enhance that whole area to really, really create a catalyst project, what we want to see. So I think that's some of the ideas that I was thinking of. And also, obviously, I think that would create more walkability if you feel that this is a new facade, it's a new thing, it's new, fresh, it's a new shiny toy. And also update all the lighting, then it's safer to walk on that side in comparison to, say, San Fernando Mission. I'm not saying San Fernando Mission is not safe to walk, but I think that will create its own little hub right there on Sealis for people to utilize the stairs to sit outside and picnic or something like that. So I think that's something that we should work on a facade program. In any of your projects, have you ever incorporated anything like that? Or is that mostly on the city side? And maybe Nick or Tim can answer me on that.
I'll just go ahead and answer for my component. For La Guadalupe, the project in downtown, in Boyle Heights, since we're directly across from the Metro actually offers a facade program. So we made sure to do retail on the ground floor there. They offer $300,000 per. And then we just started a project in Reseda. And so we are looking to use the county's facade program from that. But it's generally, with all these projects, it's commingling different grants. With those are job creation grants. So you have to create a job for $35,000 of grant available. So we'll look at all that, but I don't know if Tim and Nick had different ideas of facade programs that they want.
Yeah, actually, thank you for that, council member. We actually earlier this year, you know, you can use CDBG funds to create a grant, a facade improvement program. So that's one of the things we had talked about in a staff level earlier this year. I don't think we were ready for it at the time because the administrative, the administrative steps necessary to take before you implement a program like that, we just weren't ready. So we were using those or we recommended using those toward street resurfacing. But it is definitely on staff's radar, and it's something that, you know, we can look forward to the 21-22 program year to create, you know, a facade rehab project through our CDBG funds. And in my prior cities, I've actually project managed facade improvement projects, both that were CDBG funded and that were redevelopment agency funded when that was still a thing. So I have experience with it.
I think this would be a great project to actually bring back a facade or even start the facade improvement program, especially, like I said, if we want to make sure to let the community know we're trying to do a catalyst project to bring people to our downtown, then this is an actual project that's incorporating our whole downtown and not just the parking lot. And then I know Ms. Delgado, we spoke in our meeting about Jack in the Box because it's kind of a weird owl around Jack in the Box. Can you talk a little bit about, or even Nick, whoever it may be, about trying to incorporate Jack in the Box, the possibility of doing it, the trouble behind trying to do it, just so that way when the public sees this or looks at this, at least they don't say that none of our council members even talked about it.
So I know Tim, oh, let me put my video on. I was trying to fix the lighting a little. So I know Tim had some discussions with them, but I don't know if Tim, you want to add any flavor. You know, again, that parcel is privately owned, and we could definitely engage discussions with them. But I, if you have any extra, additional kind of flavor for that one, Tim, please feel free to add. I mean, we can always talk about it. Just obviously then if you're looking at acquiring property, it just makes the financing for the project a little bit more difficult.
Thank you. So finally, all these discussions, I guess I can talk about them. Yeah, it's probably since I started here with the city, I've been looking at that possibility of acquiring that parcel to be able to integrate into this, this larger potential project, or simply relocating the Jack in the Box. So I've had multiple discussions about that. There was actually some initial interest from the proprietors of the Jack in the Box about relocating to another site. However, their model for new stores is actually a significantly larger footprint than what they're currently on. And so the city had no viable location where we could relocate them. And frankly, if we relocated them, they'd want us to pay a very significant amount of their relocation and rebuild costs. So that's a pretty expensive option. The site is owned by a private owner who is based out of state, I believe. And so it's not a corporate owned location where they own the underlying land. Jack in the Box is a tenant. They have not shown any interest in any potential deal for the site. It's a pretty successful Jack in the Box, as far as I understand, even relative to other Jack in the Boxes. It performs above average. So they're probably very comfortable with it as is. And Jack in the Box, what has been conveyed is that they're not interested in being incorporated into larger projects because really their fundamentals are kind of how they operate there now. It's a lot of takeout. It's a lot of delivery. It's a lot of takeout. It's a lot of drive-through. So being integrated into a larger project does not really serve them. It's not something that they do.
Okay, thank you. And then I know we briefly talked about Mr. Alvaro and team, or possibility of doing a rideshare drop-off and what that might look like, and if we could incorporate that possibly into this project.
Yeah, but that's one of the things that we're going to talk about, assuming we're allowed to move forward. So there are still 140 public parking stalls as on the ground floor. Those will remain public, so we can certainly make those available for. Do you mean ride sharing like Uber or?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So usually what people have been doing is designated drop-off locations. So we would do that near the stairs, which the big staircase leading up to the retail. So we would design that for like Uber and all those drop-offs, but still we have the public parking as well.
Perfect. And then if we can talk a little bit about the outreach. I was impressed when we spoke, I guess before the world got super crazy, about how you would actually go out and do your outreach, and talked about literally going out and knocking on doors and meeting the individuals in our area. Obviously, this is a different world, and we really cannot be doing that now. So how are we going to be doing the community outreach portion of this? And also, individuals, I guess, want to know who is also in charge of the community outreach, or would be helping to run the program of the community outreach?
Yeah, so certainly community outreach has been very impacted by COVID-19, and we want to be respectful of everybody's health. And so we haven't really been doing door-to-door outreach right now. We've been doing mostly this sort of forum on Zoom or just something that's virtual. We will have to incorporate that since the community outreach plan is slated for the next 90 days. And my assumption is that we'll still have to respect all the social distance measures. But we also can do a lot of polling that we can do online and through calls. But I was hoping that we could go through every stakeholder, nonprofit group, the chamber, meet with all of our neighbors, even if it's virtual, to start, and then work through, really trying to get through to the nonprofits, the churches, all of that, and find a forum that they're comfortable with until the world opens back up to whatever the new normal is. But my preference is always door to door. I just think in communities like San Fernando, like the one I live in, people have jobs, they have families, and it's harder for them to get to a public meeting. And so I like to go to them and make sure that their feedback is heard. And that's still my preference. But again, I want to be respectful of everybody's health. And we can do door to door right now with shields, and there is the technology to do it. But unless the city council and staff felt comfortable for us to do that, at this time we're going to hold off. And we do that directly. That's one of my prides. That's why I don't take on too many projects at one time, because I want to be out there doing that. It's not the same if you don't hear people's concerns directly.
Thank you. And then so the community outreach will be, I would say, in-house by your company, correct? It wouldn't be our city staff going out and knocking on the doors.
No, it's our staff. Mhm.
Okay. And part of that, I know everything's going to Zoom. That's what I guess the new norm. But a lot of our community members that say do not have internet or do not have the technology or don't even know how to download the app. Some of the things that I've been seeing lately is like a conference call or a conference number where you could actually call in and listen. And I think obviously you can still do that on Zoom. There's a phone number option. I think we just have to make it very clear that individuals can call in to listen to the conference, but also to be there should be a mechanism for maybe an answering machine or something where they can call in after they hear the project, and they can still call in and leave a message, and we can still receive our feedback, because the community outreach component is key.
Yeah, and I'm going to present those to you. So in the next, assuming this gets approved, then we have 90 days to create a plan. It can be shorter than that. I'll probably send you a draft one sooner to staff, and they'll transmit it to you. And we'll put in there our ideas during COVID and post-COVID. Again, this is a year-long process. So I hopefully in that time we're allowed to go door to door. But in the meantime, we'll present something to you. What I was thinking is preparing like a town hall style presentation video, and then asking questions after. And then we can also do the call. I like that idea, Spanish and English. But I'm open to any recommendations.
Okay, and in your experience now or before with projects like this or anywhere else, has there been any incorporation of, say, renewable energy like solar panels and housing, or obviously I would say parking structures, but they're going to have homes over parking structures, and how feasible is that, if at all?
Oh, it's very feasible. And we want to push that. We want to make sure that this is as green as possible. There'll be electric car charging stations. If we can put, all solar to do it, we will. So if we can use reclaimed water, not to talk about Plaza Pacoima again, but we did win awards for the things that you don't actually see. So the stores are all gold LEED certified. And we did recharge stations underneath the ground, so you don't see them. But that's the goal, is to make it as green as possible.
Great. Yeah, there's a nice little fountain there with the city of LIC over there.
Somebody noticed. Yes. I'm glad somebody noticed.
Yes, I try to stay alert. And then also talking about being green, and I've seen different types of things where instead of just seeing the parking structure and looking into a parking structure, usually they have a type of shading, vine that grows there, or even if you look at, the LAPD parking in downtown LA, it's kind of like a mesh wave that's decorated or painted. I would like to also see something like that incorporated, whatever it may be, to the extent, so it's more acceptable to the eye than just looking into a parking structure. I think we should try to incorporate that as well. Thank you. And then, like I said, bouncing back and forth, I'm going to bounce back to when we talked about getting out there and reaching out to the public. When getting out there and reaching out to the public, I know our mall area there, we've had some issues in the past with, for example, filming. When we were doing some filming, we would send out the notices, or they would say they would send out the notices, and we'd get a lot of feedback back, or some feedback back from business owners that they were actually never contacted. So in this plan of communication, would we be sending out to the owners of, say, the business, or the operators of the business, or to be the owners of the property? Because sometimes, or a lot of the times, the property owners there actually don't live here or live in state. So sending out the notice to them, and it's never trickling down to the owners. So what we started doing is walking door to door and trying to get signatures from business owners or business operators so that we can prove that the notice actually went out. And I would think in a project like this, we should definitely try to take that model and send out to property owners for their feedback, as well as business owners for their feedback, and try to see if there's some type of confirmation that we can get to make sure that they are receiving their notices. Because it would also be just interesting for me to see what feedback property owners would give to this project in comparison to business owners that would give to this project.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, that's very feasible. And you outlined all my preferred mechanisms for that. I mentioned we were doing that streetscape project in Huntington Park, and that's how we did it. The owners were not necessarily based in Los Angeles. And the small business owners, if we sent them something, sometimes they were so busy they didn't actually read their mail. And so we went door to door.
Perfect. I think we bounced around enough. Thank you so much for your presentation and taking notes. And I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Those are some great questions. And before we go on to Councilmember Mendoza, since the question of outreach might come up again, I just want to offer to Ms. Delgado rather that should this pass, I would be more than happy to help you with that and share many of my real estate techniques that you probably haven't thought of how to get a hold of people, how to share ideas, and how to promote marketing. So I will be able to give you some new insights on how to reach people that you haven't mentioned yet. And I think that you'll find it pretty useful if you were to come back to the city council to show that you have made a very significant and large number of contacts. Thank you. But having said that, I would like to go to our next council member, and that is Councilmember Mendoza. And following that, we will go to the vice mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez, for all those questions. Your experience in council is really something that we need during this project. I do have some questions in regards to, how many residents do you usually do outreach for a particular location? Because that location is surrounded by businesses. So how far into the residential area would you go into?
So for the project that I have in Bell Gardens, we're building 48 homes, which is pretty comparable to what we hope we'll build here. And we actually walked the entire city twice. And so that's my goal. I know that sounds like a lot, but you don't always reach people when you knock one time. You all had to campaign, so you know what that's like. And a lot of times people are just so busy. And so even if we knock twice and we don't reach anybody, we leave behind some information so they can contact us. So that's my goal. Within the year, we will walk the city twice. But assuming COVID, allows us to do that. That's my one disclaimer.
Yeah. So this, the project you're proposing right now is 4 stories, correct?
Yes.
No underground parking?
None.
So you've seen the height of the JCPenney building. Is it higher than that? It would be higher than that, wouldn't it? With that
it likely may be. We still don't know, obviously, because this is just the very beginning, but we're going to try to make it so that it matches or is just slightly higher.
Must it be only first-time buyers that can only buy a unit there?
That's a great question. The programs that are available through the state are for first-time home buyers, but if the council and the community desires for us to open it up even further, we'll look for grant funding that allows that. But that's a really good question. I didn't think that through. I'll look for that.
And so then everyone must qualify, based on your current proposal you have here, is that everyone must qualify to purchase a unit, correct?
That's correct. And the way I'm envisioning it is the city itself through the Community Development Department will actually select the residents.
Because as it stands right now, per se, let's say you have a married couple, each make minimum of 40,000 apiece, they're at $80,000 per couple, then for the couple, then they would not qualify for these units, correct?
Well, we're looking at the program through Cal FHA, and as long as the household makes less than $153,000, then they qualify. So that family would qualify.
And how assured of something like that being a possibility? What is the assurance on something like that?
I can't guarantee much right now since we're at the very, very beginning, but that's the goal. And the direction that I'm getting is to make these essentially available to working families. And that's the level that we're shooting for. But I'm going to present in my financing plan several options, because I hate for you not to have options if you think of something different. So I'm going to give options of other grants that maybe allow seniors that are, have different income restrictions. So I'm going to try to open it up. And now that you asked a question about must they be first-time homebuyer, I'll add that in as well.
So would there be a limit of number of people that can live in a unit?
Yes, generally there are limits based on bedroom size. And so the LA County has certain limits as to some of the programs, but it depends on which ones we actually receive. There are some that I'm looking at that are just for the infrastructure, meaning it pays for the parking structure. And if we close Celis, it'll pay for those things. And then it's up to us to just build it in a cost-effective way so that it's not so expensive. But yeah, there are limits as to you can't, for example, have 9 people living in a studio. The county itself doesn't allow that for some funding. The whole goal is to make these for families that it's a comfortable living situation. So if we need to make larger units because there are larger families that are in need, we can certainly look at that.
And how would something like that be monitored?
There's going to be an HOA. This is a home ownership project. And so everything above the public parking lot will be managed through an HOA. There's no way the HOA can't go inside of your residence, but because LA County has certain ordinance standards about livability and making sure that you don't have an overcrowding situation, you'll be able to gauge with cars that are coming in and that sort of thing. If somebody is bordering on a non-livable situation, but there'll be an HOA watching the community.
Okay, I did have one more question. So, based on the surveys conducted, there's about 79 responses and 21 responded regarding residential. There were 14 response for that wanted residential, 5 said no, 2 said no affordable residential. So total 21, which is a 26% that addressed the issue of that addressed that they didn't want housing. And the majority, of course, the difference, about 75% said they wanted like commercial, entertainment, restaurants, activities for the family to come to. Why is it that you went this route with housing?
Yeah, so my process is first to start and see what the data shows the community needs. As a developer, I fully understand that sometimes when you're in a public forum and there's no idea presented before you, it's hard to understand how it all actually works. And sometimes if people say affordable housing, it sounds intimidating. And so what I like to do is just look with a non-judgmental state at the data. Your data for the city showed that it's very hard for anybody who doesn't have a down payment to actually afford a home. And there's nothing at $500,000 that's newer in your community. So I thought that was a glaring need. And I personally have built 3 million square feet of retail. That's my specialty. And we're working on theater projects, but that industry is highly impaired right now. And I will tell you the truth, if I think it's not viable, I will tell you the truth. And that's what my RFP submission did. I just like to be transparent and tell you what you need. And if the community says, we don't want that, I totally respect it. But I thought it was important to show you what the needs are. And then the council could make the decision if it wanted to try to increase retail or do a hybrid, which is close Celis and make that an entertainment extension. And I think creating housing that's affordable to first-time homebuyers and then closing Celis is an excellent option on doing more with the site.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, please.
Hello, good evening. Thank you, excuse me, for your presentation. I found it very sensible, very informative. I'm a little bit skeptical of this project. My colleagues know that in closed session, I've tried to exercise a lot of discernment as to whether this project is something that San Fernando really wanted in this space. As you know, this portion of our downtown area is a big focus for all of us. And we don't have many chess pieces to move, so to speak. And so I think it's imperative for us as a city council to vet our developer partners like yourself and to ensure transparency and a really robust community benefit plan. With that, can I just start with high level? Just tell me about yourself and your company and your philosophy towards housing and gentrification and what it's like in LA County.
Yeah. I'll tell you a little bit about myself personally without going too far into that. I grew up in Boyle Heights. I got a scholarship, went to college, and always felt the need to come back to my community to do something to help. And so development is what I love. I love to build things. My dad's a painter, and I always felt like construction was something that I really enjoyed. So I worked for cities first. I studied to be a city manager like Nick, but that's not what I ended up doing. I worked for cities. I worked for the cities of Downey, Anaheim, and Pico Rivera, and then became a developer. And I thought that it was important to have a developer who lives in the community to actually build in it. And I tried to do that, but it is a very challenging field. As a Latina, it's a very challenging field to be in if you're not born into wealth. But I choose to do public-private partnerships that create some community benefit. So for example, even though we're building a food hall and a coffee use in Bellflower, we're doing it for small business assistance. And we're actually giving grants to the entrepreneurs who open up a food hall stand so they can survive post-COVID-19. So I try to do something that is meaningful to each project that we do. And the whole staff believes in this. So for San Fernando, I know that this proposal is not exactly what was requested in the RFP per se, but it's a big need. And I understand that affordable housing can be a difficult topic to address in a community setting. For example, the project in Boyle Heights is a homeless house project. And I know that sometimes there's a fear of the unknown with affordable housing. So I try to be very sensitive in addressing those issues. I don't think the same project works in every single community. So I try to start fresh for each of them. And I love doing community benefits agreements. I actually love it when a council member is skeptical, because I think it makes us better. It challenges us to make sure that all of our assumptions are well thought through. I would like to do this project in San Fernando. You would be the first one who does this kind of project, so you're right to be skeptical. But
what kind of project do you mean? The first
this townhome program, it'll be the first of its kind. But the state is very receptive to helping the city create it. And a lot of cities like San Fernando, suburbs of LA, are trying to figure out how to do it. So your city team has really helped put together this group of people who are interested in helping residents who can't afford a home.
So you're saying I guess the down payment assistance or whatever, the homeowner's assistance, this is the first time it's been tried in a project?
No, that program is actually very popular. It's very oversubscribed through the county, the one we heard about in public comment, and then the one I talked about that's through the Treasury Department. What I'm talking about is a project that has public parking and then has the townhomes for the city to then allocate to whoever they want. So it is, I think somebody in Central California is doing it, but it's very rare, LA County wise.
If there is no affordability cap, do you know how much these would normally sell for?
My best guess is 650,000 to.
So around 30%
I
more.
think the mayor would probably be the best one to answer that question, but that's my guess.
Okay, and so.
Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe you can shed some light on your thinking as far as opting to go for this assistance program versus market rate townhomes.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
If you could just shed some light on your thinking as to why you're choosing or why you decided to go for the program, the affordability program versus having these just market rate townhomes.
Because our firm is dedicated to creating community-driven projects, and we're not, we'd be doing it under our nonprofit arm. This is not a profit-based initiative, and so it's more to create a project of impact. So if
I didn't know that. It's a nonprofit development?
Yeah. So we would be doing it through our nonprofit arm. That's how we qualify for the grants. The project in Boyle Heights is through our nonprofit and in Reseda as well. I mean, this is not if I was a, for-profit based developer, I would never propose this kind of project. This is just, we would only be making a fee. It's not intended to be profit driven.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Maybe would have led with that if I was you, but that's okay. I don't necessarily support selling any land in San Fernando. I don't think any of the other council members do either. As far as business relationship, and this is to staff or to you, Ms. Delgado, how is this working for City of San Fernando? What is the business relationship exactly? Who's making money and where are the dollars flowing?
I think the intention is for the people who get the home to benefit from them, right? So it's for them to be able to build wealth for their families. We're doing it through our nonprofit arm, and the city is not allowed to profit from it. So I don't think that anybody but the families are the ones who benefit, and they must remain in the home. There's a set criteria. They must remain in their home. They can't resell it before a certain amount of time. So there's a lot of criteria, but we're trying to create an exciting, dynamic project. But no, I don't think anybody's looking at it for a profit-based initiative.
Interesting. Okay, and this isn't something, Tim, where we're selling the piece of land, right? We're maintaining ownership.
Mr. Kimball, you're on mute. Is he here?
I'll let Tim. Yeah, I'll let Tim handle this one.
So those details are part of what we're going to be determining. Our financing, what our funds are. They may, or the viability of obtaining those types of financing may influence the types of options that we have. Yes. So you're echoing, and it warms my heart because I've been repeating that mantra since for years now, which is, you really want to hold on to the assets that you have as a city, and you want to basically maximize when you do transfer them or convey them. That's part of the calculus of a project like this. If the community is obtaining a benefit that makes it worthwhile for the city. And like you mentioned, we don't own 100 parking lots in the downtown. We own a dozen. So this is one of our chips, I guess. And so we want to be wise with how we utilize it. But that would certainly be one of the options on the table, is to exchange the property so that the project can move forward. But that won't be determined until we have a much better grasp on what our funding mechanisms are and what those funding requirements might be to help the financing work. And ultimately, you know, we may get to a point in the process where you know, maybe there's a funding gap, or for some reason it doesn't seem like it's going to work from a funding perspective. We don't know yet. So that's part of the process that we're seeking your direction. Basically, you know, if approved, we'll continue down that road to find those answers.
Okay. And Ms. Delgado, in the case, and I'm sure you're prepared for this question, that the community says this is too many units and we need to downsize. How are you guys prepared for that as far as like a plan B? And what do you see as maybe the lower end threshold before this project is no longer viable for you?
Yeah. So it's a great question, and it's something that, you know, I think a lot about. So you know, it's really depends on how many grants we can get, but I think we could lose maybe you know, 10 units, but the community may say, you know, we need 3 and 4 bedroom units, so that changes the mix too. People might say we want more condos for millennials, for seniors. We want more green space. So all we're saying is we believe we can finance a project that has home ownership and that retains some of the parking. At some point, you'll find that there's going to be a give and take, and that's all something we're going to do together. So, but yeah,
Okay.
for the city to maintain ownership by the way of the parking structure. So we have to sell the homes, so we have to create air rights, but we're going to get into that as we move forward.
Sure. No, I'm just curious as to, you know, if this is too high density. I don't know if you're familiar with the recent, I think Ms. Mendoza mentioned earlier, the JCPenney project, where there was proposed to be several apartment units and so forth. And so the community is obviously very engaged in these types of things, especially in this corridor, like I mentioned, because it's so important to everybody. But I think that might be something we encounter, like, hey, this is too big, it's too dense. Let's bring it down a little bit. And that leads into my next question. And that's for the parking. I mean, I think we spoke about this offline, but can you talk a little bit about the role of having, I think it's 130 some public parking spaces there that we're maintaining. And if we reduce and or eliminate some or all of that requirement for you, what kinds of project shaping can we expect as far as, you know, more green space or fewer units or things like that?
Yeah, so it's a big cost to build a parking structure. We also, because it's a public project, we'll likely be doing prevailing wages and possibly a project labor agreement. I favor those because we can create apprenticeship programs from that. But so the cost of the parking structure will be high. If we can reduce it at any point, it does allow us probably to increase the retail a little bit and mostly green space. So but I want to hear from the community. I mean, if people are relying on that to shop, I don't want to disturb the shopping patterns either. So
no, yeah, I think we're all trying to catalyze them, especially during this time. I spent a lot of time looking at the Parks and Rec master plan, and a lot of things that people are asking for are like walking trails, and outdoor exercise equipment and things like that. And so I think landscaping barriers and that green space is going to make a lot of sense. And for, you know, our residents, I think it is important to consider each project on a case-by-case basis. Addressing the comments from the public earlier, this isn't the JCPenney project. You know, this is way different. I think that we have to look at it with fresh eyes. We have different developers here. We have a whole different idea about home ownership. And really, from what I understand and what you have to say, a really interesting outlook on affordability and how it plays a role. I had no idea that it was going to be through a nonprofit organization, and this is, you know, the first time learning about it. So I think ultimately you're right that a data-informed strategy is the right approach. Ultimately, though, it is about the outreach. So I echo what all the council members say about that outreach. I think it's very admirable that you could walk the city twice. I tried to do it as much as I can for my campaign, and it was quite a challenge. So my inkling now is that entering into this ENA is going to have us both get to know each other even more, kick the tires even more. And it doesn't mean that we're necessarily agreeing to jam 60 units of townhomes here. This is something that's just the beginning of the process. I'm open to that for now. While I don't necessarily support it in its current form, I understand that it's a work in progress, and there is a lot of project shaping. So at the very least, I'm looking forward to hearing about the possible changes that we might need. For instance, like the modern aesthetic, I'm no designer, but I don't think we have any buildings with that modern aesthetic. It might make more sense like somewhere like in Santa Monica, but who knows? You know, maybe the general plan will shed some more light on that as well, as far as our facades and so forth. I think that'll be it for my comments. I'll use the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate your feedback. So I wanted to get some clarification, and I know that you answered this to a degree, but one of the public comments that came in indicated that these would be or believed that they would be low income units, citing the 80% county AMI. However, you are here today saying that household income could be up to 150,000. So where do you think the miscommunication was, or is this just a recent development?
It's an evolving thing, Mayor. It was listed in our RFP as one of the sources, the county funds, and that's where it came from. And the public comment is absolutely correct. And it wasn't until we had follow-up conversations with the state, knowing that this was still a work in progress, that they said that the Treasury's program is probably more applicable to this project because the county program has the AMI restriction. And so that's when, and that's gonna happen. The only thing I can guarantee today is that we're starting a process. And then when it comes to the development agreement stage, at that point, then we'll have certainty. You know, the public comment is absolutely correct. That is what the county program requires. We've shifted already to the state program that has up to $153,000 from household. That's what we talked about when we were doing our RFP discussions, if you recall. But that could shift again, depending on funding availability. We may be directed elsewhere where it's even lifted more than that. So you know better than most as to how hard it is if you make under a certain amount to be able to afford a home and a mortgage.
Right.
So it's a work in progress.
Yeah, these down payment assistance programs go a long way. And I was even thinking during this presentation, gosh, when I bought my house, I wish I had a down payment assistance program. And then I realized, oh my gosh, I did have a down payment assistance program. I got like $10,000. Like I barely met the income requirement for this really nuanced program. And it goes a long way. It goes a long way towards not depleting your reserves, towards having extra money for improvements. So it's really important. And every buyer whom I have ever met, whether I've represented them as a buyer or whether I've represented the sellers, who has utilized the down payment assistance programs has been really well qualified. I mean, they still have to have credit. They still have to have letter of explanations for anything that looks inconsistent in bank statements. So it's not as though you meet a lower bar. Sometimes you actually have to meet a significantly higher bar. I've never met one of these buyers and thought to myself, like, wow, this is going to be a problem buyer. They're so well vetted that I think it makes the lending process in some cases earlier, in some situations earlier. Now, I'm sure you heard the public comment. A local developer did urge delaying this, what would your response to that be? How would this impact a project actually having a delay like that?
So because this is the start of a process, you know, I don't understand the concept of delaying, because we still have a year before we actually get to the project itself. There's a lot of time, and I'm going to be so respectful to the area businesses and any other developers working in the city. I think there's enough for everybody to participate. Again, we have a nonprofit arm that executes this type of housing. And so I'm not looking at this to, you know, take over the downtown in any way. I just want to help families buy homes. And this is a perfect opportunity because the city owns the parking lot. So that's really my only motivation. And it's a very long process. So I would recommend we start. I know it's going to be challenging with COVID-19, but we could be waiting a long time, and these families have nowhere else to go. So that's my only concern.
Okay, and just to notify you, my Zoom did give me a notice that I have an unstable connection, which I find to be odd, but in any event, if I lose connection, I will come back very shortly. So when you have this community feedback forum, a lot of times in my experience, the way that I like to get feedback is by door knocking. Obviously, that might be much more limited or not viable in this atmosphere. But I know that certain groups in town are able to corral a lot of people to a certain cause. How would you handle a situation if one or two groups who weren't necessarily representative of the vast majority of public opinion were able to get a large number of people, though, to a Zoom event, to a conference call, and have an outsized voice just by virtue of being organized, although it might not necessarily reflect the thinking of the community?
So I like to have a lot of different community outreach processes to avoid that. So that's why I favor the door-to-door so much. I know it's more challenging right now, but even digital, because if people were given a simple survey, a small list of questions, we get to hear more voices. I respect stakeholders. I definitely respect area businesses, but I understand that everybody has their own motivations. Right. So try to distill through that, but at the same time, be very open. And I wasn't kidding when I mentioned earlier with the vice mayor that I think sometimes conflict and difference of opinion is actually a good thing for projects like this one. Sometimes you can come out with unusual, compromises.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so based on the feedback that you asked and the many great questions by all of my colleagues here, I just wanted to address some of the comments that were brought up during public comment. And I have a tremendous respect for Ms. Lopez, who I think had the first comment related to this. She's someone who is a very diligent reader, researcher, and has very strong and well thought out opinions. But one of the things that I would like to point out is that this project is very different from the JCPenney's project. I mean, you could effectively say that it's night and day. It is significantly less density. It provides ample parking. It provides, and perhaps most importantly, it provides ownership opportunities. One of the visions that I have is that if this project does go forward, I would like for us to ensure that these units are owner occupied, that we have very, very strict owner occupancy rules. And even though that might seem a bit onerous on the buyer, to be honest, some of the best well-maintained communities that I've seen have been the ones that have strict owner occupancy requirements and high owner occupancy rates. So I think that we can make this a model in various different ways, that being one of them. And with regards to the letter from Ashkenazi Development, I'm just a little surprised to hear a request to delay, because I've never seen this request on any project that has related to them. And I know that we are in a different time. I don't think that it negates the need for having community outreach. I think that we have to look at new ways of doing that. But I wouldn't want us to lose an opportunity to bring a really phenomenal project to the city. As this project stands, as you've presented some of the outlines and bullet points, I think that it's really great. I think that there's a lot of great concepts already, but with community feedback, it's only going to get better. I think that we had some great suggestions here today, but we're only 5 people in this community. And once everyone else chimes in, we're going to think of, we're going to hear things that we hadn't thought of. So I really look forward to that component of it. And again, just in closing are my thoughts. I'm a very big supporter of down payment assistance programs. I actually at one time helped a nonprofit sell properties that were purchased using government funds for the specific purpose of having home ownership. So I know that process really well. And I see the way that it can improve someone's life tremendously. Having someone, a family of 4, husband and wife and their kids living with their parents, and, needing a little bit more space, having people who are currently living in a garage, but have saved enough money over time to move out. I mean, it just radically transforms people's lives in so many ways. And sometimes just handing over people the keys and seeing them crying or seeing them, jump up and be so excited, or, the Facebook posts, or thanking me like 10 times, like by the 9th time, like by the 2nd time or by the 1st time, it's fine. But all of that emotion that comes with it, I think is such a beautiful thing. I also think that having new construction in this area will serve it well. I liked one of the samples that you showed. I did not like a couple of the other ones. And so I'm sure that will be part of the community engagement process, but everyone has his and her own taste. And what gives me peace most about this project is that if it turns out to be something that we can all genuinely say, look, the community doesn't support it for these different reasons, and these obstacles are insurmountable. If that truly is the case, there is no obligation on either end to fulfill this project. And so this is really the first step. It is predicated on community feedback. And so I'm excited about this, should it move forward tonight. And I'm interested in seeing the different financing sources. I know that you mentioned Cal HFA. I think that certain financing sources are better than others. So just kind of having everything laid out will really help us sift through which sources are viable, which are less viable, and which will ultimately have the greatest net effect in benefiting the community. And again, if you think that these down payment assistance programs don't benefit good people, I mean, I just remembered during this presentation that I was lucky to get one too that I barely qualified for. So it helps people from all walks of life. And so I'm really happy that you have brought this forward. And I'm really happy that you applied. This RFQ went out to scores of businesses, and a number of them did not apply for various different reasons, which we don't necessarily need to dissect right here and now. But I'm glad that one of the best applicants applied that we could think of, or that we could hope for, I should say, because you've done a great job, I think, of being honest, of being thorough, and presenting realistic expectations. And so on that end, I'd also like to thank your team. I know they've been a little bit silent in the background, and also Mr. Delgado and then Mr. Borani, I see. Oh, and then some, I think there's a couple of additional names, Janet Acosta and Sandra Hernandez at the bottom. And then also thanking our staff, Mr. Howe, Mr. Kimball, and of course our consultant, Mr. Hira. So this will be hopefully the start of an honest, transparent, and strong community engagement process. And having said that, that really concludes my comments, but I wanted to see if anyone else on the council had any questions or comments before I ask for a motion. Yes, Vice Mayor, followed by Councilmember Mendoza.
Just briefly, I'm reading the public comment letter again. It's asking for a delay of 90 days after the pandemic is declared over. So, I mean, that could be like 18 months from now. I don't think that's a really reasonable request, but I do encourage developers like this and residents and everyone to be a part of the project shaping.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, my question is after you've done the outreach and you find that residents really don't want the housing, then what would be your next step?
Well, the good thing is that our specialty is also retail. So we can look at retail options if that's something that the city desires. But really at this point, we'd like to advance this idea. But if the community doesn't like it, then there's a lot of provisions in the ENA where we can just both stop. We're invested. We're gonna give the city money right away so that you can pay for your staff. And we're behind this idea 100%. We're very flexible in changing it in some small ways. But if the community wants a Nordstrom or, you know, movie theaters when they don't exist, I'm going to be honest and say, I don't think that's viable. It's perhaps best to have the city move on.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we have in front of us item number 7. And again, this is the consideration to approve an exclusive negotiation agreement with Azure Development Inc. for the development opportunity site at parking lot number 3. I will move to approve this item per staff's recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please, Ms. Fritz. And you're on mute right now.
Yes, roll call. Councilmember Mendoza.
No. For the reason that I'm basing my decision on the survey and what the residents have wanted, and the percentage for housing was very low.
Okay, moving on to Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Ballin.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco.
Yes.
And Mayor Fajardo.
Yes. The motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Delgado.
Thank you.
We look forward to working with you on the outreach.
Yes, you too.
Take care.
Bye.
And thank you all as well, all of her team who came today. We are moving right along. We have 3 more items. Item number 8 is a continued item to an extent, although we did include a new discussion point on here that how Mr. Kimball have mentioned, on prior occasions. And this is regarding the quarter-cent sales tax on the November municipal election. However, there's also a discussion of the transit occupancy tax as well. And Mr. Kimball, if you can lead us on this discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to go through just a little bit of background and context for any of the viewers. So since declaring a fiscal emergency in fiscal year 2012-2013, the city, led by the City Council, has implemented strict financial planning to eliminate general fund reserve deficit, which was almost $6 million back in 2013, and actually accumulated a general fund reserve, a rainy day fund, so to speak, of about 1.8 million at the end of July of 2019. However, that being said, there's still a lot of work to do as the city's general fund reserve policy requires a target balance of 20% of general fund expenditures, which is about $4 million. So we're about halfway to our goal with regards to a rainy day fund. Prior to the financial challenges posed by the COVID-19 economic restrictions, the city had a number of priorities to maintain financial sustainability and enhance community services. Some of those include pre-funding retiree health benefits, which is a large outstanding liability, long-term liability, enhancing public safety through the police department, increasing the miles of street and sidewalk repaired each year, trimming trees and parkway trees more often, improving the conditions of city parks and park maintenance, adding new recreation programs, providing a more diverse offering of cultural events, and bolstering economic development efforts. Despite the Measure A revenue, which is the half-cent sales tax that was approved back in 2013 and then extended in 2018, despite the critical nature those revenues have played, and the cost coupled with the cost-cutting measures implemented over the last 7 years, the city does not have a consistent revenue stream to fund any of those financial sustainability and community service enhancements priorities. Consequently, each year City Council is being asked to consider and decide which priorities to fund and which priorities need to be delayed during the budget process. So to address these priorities with a more consistent funding source and to keep some of the community's tax dollars local, staff is presenting 2 options for raising additional revenue. The first one is a potential quarter-cent sales tax. So right now, the county, the maximum that can be, the maximum sales tax that can be levied in any jurisdiction in LA County anyway is 10.25%. Right now, there are approximately 34 jurisdictions in LA County that are 10.25% or higher, which is approximately 37% of the cities in LA County are at that 10.25% maximum. City of San Fernando is at 10%, which another 8 agencies are at that same level, and then just under 50 agencies are at a 9.5%. So one of the things is that there are a number of taxing entities in the county that could levy additional taxes, an additional sales tax, and then bringing us to that 10.25%. So at this point, and I'll give you an example of what happened a few years ago. So Measure H in the County of LA was a measure to raise funds for homeless services throughout the county. That was a 0.25% sales tax. And the city of San Fernando generates through that county tax, a little over $1 million a year is what that 0.25% raises. I can tell you with certainty that $1 million is not being spent by the county. That $1 million is not being returned to San Fernando and homeless services. So it's being redistributed, throughout I mean, we definitely do get some services from LAHSA. We do get advantage of some of that, but we are not getting the full $1 million. Those taxes are not staying local. So one of the ideas about getting to that 10.25% is really to ensure that those tax dollars stay local. They aren't gobbled up, so to speak, by another taxing agency, AQMD, another county agency, and then redistributed throughout, LA County, as opposed to keeping them local and spent by the city on a number of those priorities I just mentioned. So that's one of the options. And again, I'm not aware at the moment of anything that would be on the ballot in November, but the county could levy could put a sales tax on the ballot at any time between now and in November of 2022, which is our next regular election and sort of our next shot to discuss a 0.25% tax, sales tax increase. The second sort of option is really a long-term option. It really isn't. It really doesn't have much of a short-term impact, but is the transient occupancy tax, which is also kind of referred to as a bed tax. Those that are taxes that are relatively common in many cities that have a little bit more of a tourist focus. However, basically it's a tax that's levied upon anyone that may be staying in a short-term rental. And the idea is that while they're here, they're utilizing our safety services, they're utilizing our roads, they're utilizing our water system. So that tax, that temporary tax is levied upon them that they pay while they're staying in San Fernando. That is most commonly in cities that have hotels, and we don't have a hotel at the moment. However, 10, 12, 14, 15 years from now, there may be a hotel, a hotel development. So the idea is to potentially get that tax on the books prior to a hotel coming to town. It would be applicable to short-term rentals through Airbnb or sites like Airbnb or VRBO, vacation rentals. So, there could be potentially be some immediate revenue impact, but again, that's probably, $1,000, $1,000 to $2,000 a year. It's not necessarily a short-term revenue enhancement. It's more of a long-term gain. So I think staff wanted to, and we kind of, as the mayor mentioned, started this discussion back in November of 2019 with regards to the special election in March. At the time, it was decided that we probably want to look more at the general election in 2020. So staff is bringing it back. And really, the recommendation, I think, is to present the 0.25% sales tax to the community, really just as a way to keep our tax funds local and not have them redistributed to other areas throughout the county, and just allow the city to really look at starting enhancing the number of miles that we can pave in a year, or look at getting a traffic unit in town. And there's a number of needs that we have, tree trimming, that really a little bit over $1 million a year could really go a long way in helping council to be able to enhance services for the community. So with that's my sort of presentation on this item, and we look forward to any discussion and feedback.
Thank you. Since I brought this up at our previous council meeting, I will start on this item. And I think that Mr. Kimball, hit a really important point, which is that this is to be proactive, so that if another government agency tries to collect this last 0.25% sales tax, that we already have this in place and we are collecting the full amount possible. I do think it was a mistake to only ask for a 0.5 cent the last time around. That is obviously over and done with, but there is still an opportunity to correct it. I am not sure if the measure will pass this year. The previous two versions, I was always 100% sure that they would pass easily. And if it doesn't pass, there are probably many reasons to which that could be attributed. But I know that the long-term health of the city is really incumbent upon generating more revenue. And this, giving the voters this option, I think is one of the most transparent ways that we can do that, and one of the quickest ways too. I do want to mention that even though we don't read in public comments that come in late, we did get a letter from the San Fernando Chamber by Tom Ross, and he does indicate the Chamber's opposition to this. He has 2 paragraphs. The first one mentions the added cost to businesses, which he purports, but I more so want to comment on the second paragraph, in which he states that the city had committed to having a committee for this. And I want to be really clear on this matter. When this issue came up before the council, I believe it was in early 2019, the extremely vast majority of the people whom I spoke to indicated that there would be a better way to have transparency on Measure A, and that was to allow everyone to participate equally. I didn't vote for that change because it was in my self-interest. I didn't do it for any other reason other than the fact that it involved more people. And we actually had one of those town halls before COVID, and it gave a lot of people a chance to participate, but to participate on equal footing, that no one voice was more important than any other voice. And so if the chamber's position is that the city would have to stick to a position that the vast majority of residents do not like, that the vast majority of residents do not think is fair, I myself would say that that's a very unfair bar to hold any government agency to. We constantly need to evolve to improve government, to incorporate the voices and feedback of community members. And so that is what was done. Also, on that point, the majority, if not the extremely vast majority of money that was raised and pledged for the previous Measure A was done so before we ever had the vote to consider a select committee, a review committee. So the fact that all of this money came in beforehand is also indicative of the fact that the success of Measure A was not predicated on what the chamber was looking for. There were no news articles about it. There was no mailers about it. It was a quiet city council meeting, and almost all of the money that went to supporting this had already been donated or pledged. So I just think it's very important for us to keep in mind. And lastly, I just want to make one additional comment, which is related to what we've learned over the past year. Since I came on the city council, my very first council priority was to have a pension and OPEB study to understand the long-term liabilities of the city. This was back in early 2013 when I asked for this, and it was barely completed in late 2019, maybe early 2020. But now we know some of the challenges that the city faces going forward. And I believe that for the next number of years, the city will be on a sustainable path, but we need to go beyond just being sustainable and really going into the mindset of rebuilding San Fernando to make it look better than it's ever been before. One of the challenges that we'll face is a growing healthcare liability. This can be paid off. It will be paid off, but we need to make sure that in order for us to continue paying our obligations, in order for us to continue with our capital improvement projects, that we have adequate funding, and this is one of the ways to do it. So those are my thoughts on this. I think it is important for us to give this an attempt because there will not be another shot at this for 2 years if this fails. And unless we hold a special election and declare another fiscal emergency, which today I do not see being in the city's interest. So having said that, I would now like to go to the rest of my colleagues, and I will begin with Councilmember Ballin.
Nick, did you say that if we get this quarter-cent increase on $100, that'll be 25 cents? Is that what you said?
So yeah, that's correct. So basically, on a $100 purchase, it would be an extra 25 cents. So instead of paying $110, you would pay $110.25.
Okay, and again, I just want to be very clear because this is a very important vote. The county and maybe the state could say, wait a minute, I want to tax the residents of the city of San Fernando that quarter cent that we may choose not to go forward with. Is that it?
That's correct. So unless the only way that we could a county could tax us and then it would exceed the 10.25% is if they got special consideration from the state to lift the cap. But barring that, if there was a county-wide sales tax and it ended up passing, if we weren't at the 10.25% already at the cap, then that 0.25% would go to the county and be redistributed or be spent anywhere in the county. If we were already at the 10.25%, then the additional sales tax would not apply to us, to the residents in San Fernando, again, unless whoever was putting that tax in place got special consideration from the state to go above the maximum.
Okay, so thank you very much for that information, and I have no further questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you. Yeah, for the last two, I agree with you, Mayor. I felt 100% confident that this was going to pass. It was extremely needed. I'm not saying it's not needed now, but it's just a different time, obviously with COVID and everything else. But it is still very needed. And the rate of return that we would get if our tax money went anywhere else is just not comparable whatsoever. So I do think we do need this. I do see the benefit, but I also think that we didn't handle, or it wasn't handled correctly last time with the business owners or with the formation of the committee. So in this form, what would happen to our town halls? Would we still continue to have our town halls, or would that end now? Because now it's not an additional, I guess, check. This is just basically going into our general fund, and it's never gonna kind of change. Or would we look at that at a later date?
So Measure A still, Measure A, which was extended in 2018
Correct.
until revoked, still includes a requirement in the ordinance that that staff provide a public Measure A report to every year annually. This is really just kind of an extension of Measure A. So there would still be a requirement, and we could write into this ordinance if directed. So that's the same annual public, the same annual report that needs to be filed as is filed with Measure A. And that will continue. That doesn't get changed at all. That will continue to happen. What council had adopted back in January through resolution was to present that Measure A report at a town hall style meeting, in addition to other, having another town hall style meeting in, sort of early on in the budget process. So that wouldn't really change. That's a resolution as far as the town hall go that continue again until they potentially are changed. And as far as that annual report, regardless of the town hall meeting, that's a requirement in the ordinance that was adopted by voters for Measure A. So that will continue. And that's a provision that we could also just include in this potential extension for the extra 1/4% just to make it consistent. So instead of the 1/2 cent, it'd be the full 3/4% would require that annual report.
Okay. I was in the minority then. I'm probably still in the minority now, but I think it is important to have a committee to help oversee this and make sure individuals' our voices are heard. And it doesn't have to be all business owners. It could definitely be a mix. We said last time, a community member, a business member, a member of a labor union. So that way it is still heard. It can still be at a public hearing where the public's feedback can still be incorporated. And then it still gets presented to the city. I think this is something that we should try to take a look at so we can actually make sure that we had the luxury of the last two times that we're doing this to have the business on our side. And if we're going to do this again, knowing it's already going to be more difficult, so many people are laid off, since so many businesses are now closed, and because of COVID, why are we going to create an entity or a group to fight this change or to fight this increase in the sales tax if we do need it for the long run future of the city? So I think that there can be some type of compromise that I think we should look at, so that way we can all be on the same page and move towards the common goal because at the end of the day, I do believe that this is beneficial to the city to be able to make sure that we're retaining all of our sales tax, and it isn't going to an entity that's going to spend. What are we, in your opinion, Nick, what are we getting? Like maybe 1%, maybe 1% of that?
The Measure H
Not
funds?
even.
Yeah, it's a very small. Yeah, it's a very small amount. I mean, maybe 50,000, 75,000 a year on a good year.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we had that money, then we could have invested more money into actually doing outreach ourselves. If that was the case. Now, I'm looking in hindsight, and like Councilmember Balin alluded to, that other individuals throughout the county would be able to vote on something to, or to help with our sales tax, and they're gonna have individuals throw tons of money into whatever it is to make sure it passes, and then comes into the city of San Fernando. Obviously, city of San Fernando is going to vote on it ourselves, but there'd be a lot of money into that campaign. So I think we're stronger together than we are apart. And if there's any way that we can try to find a common ground to help this move more smoothly, I think that we should look into that. And questions about the TOT? So what is the process currently if a hotel or something like that wants to come into town and we do not have a TOT?
Well, it would be the same process. I mean, we would need to go to the voters to get that tax to get that tax instituted. I think the only difference is, if you do it now when there's not really a hotel in town, you don't really have any built-in sort of opposition, as opposed to, a hotel that may try to make the case that it would hurt their, they would hurt their ability to operate if there were a TOT. Although, I mean, I think every city in California that has a hotel probably also has a bed tax. So I don't know how much water that would hold. But it's just a little bit. It might be a little bit more difficult if there were already an existing hotel, but. The process would be the same. It's a tax, so per Prop 218, we still have to go to the voters to institute the tax. It's just something that if there's a hotel owner that's already in town, there's just a little bit more difficulty, I guess, or challenge in that situation.
Okay. Excuse me. So we would still have to go through this process even if we have a hotel or a hotel coming in or looking at coming in. And I know there's a lot of fear last time when I ran for council, and people were telling me how Hilton is going to be built in the city of San Fernando. Do we have any Hiltons or anything like that looking to come into San Fernando? Because I know that was the big rumor that was going around last time I ran.
No, we do not currently have any plans or proposals to build any sort of hotel or hotel.
Okay, and then if we do this as well, which I don't see the problem looking into it, I would just like to see a kind of study of hotels in our area. City of LA, obviously, I know you presented to us, but then there's Burbank down the road and Santa Clarita down the road. And then just kind of look at that to see where we should place it, instead of possibly just setting it at 14% the cap, which the city of LA is at, so we can match the city. Because if, say, Burbank and Santa Clarita say 12%, then maybe we look at doing it at 12% instead of the 14% to be viable, even though we don't have a project or even any potential projects. I think that would be the smart thing to look at. And that's all my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez's point, I think that overcoming differences and working together is absolutely important. I know that I heard a lot of support for the way that it was changed, but I'm definitely open to hearing any other recommendations, because there is so much value to getting this passed. So I'm welcome to read anything that comes my way. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I support the TOT tax, right? And I think that when we take our vote, I think that it's important for us to look at what is the possibility that another entity will want to put in a proposal or put on the ballot an increase in sales tax. Could the county or special districts want to, well, no, not special districts, but the state of California, Metropolitan, Los Angeles County, for transportation funding, for, I don't know if they would do an additional homeless tax or other programs that could possibly want to increase our tax. There's also the Los Angeles County Fire Services, the AQMD, and well, the Metropolitan Authority may want to put an increase. So if we think that there's a possibility that these entities may want to put on the ballot a tax increase, then I think we need to beat them to the punch, because we certainly need that additional revenue. We will be needing it. And I think there may be a possibility based on the current climate that these other entities may want to increase taxes, and we could potentially lose this 0.25%. So, I do support placing this on the ballot. I'm glad that the residents will be the ones making the decision. They will have the opportunity to vote whether they want it or not. I do like the way that the town hall meetings, the town hall meeting we had was conducted. We had a lot of community input. I think those that attended were very happy with the way it was presented, the way it was handled. I think they felt comfortable attending the meeting and asking questions. If there's anything that's going to be added to into this ordinance in terms of a committee, it has to be something that will allow for this. It can't be driven by certain entities. It needs to be driven by the residents because it's our funding. So that, that's extremely important to me if there's anything added to this ordinance in terms of community vetting or committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Very tricky subject. Obviously, our finances are in disarray. We are not really in a financial position to pay what are probably the most imposing and challenging of our obligations, as the mayor mentioned, these unfunded liabilities and these healthcare obligations. In the report that Mr. Kimball prepared, it says that the city today has not set aside any funds or established the OPEB 115 trust to pre-fund any of this unfunded liability, which I think is over 40 million a year. Nick?
It's
right?
the total liability is 40 million. Right now, what we pay, we're just paying basically for existing retirees. It's about $1 million a year.
That's the PAYGO reference, the 1.1 a year.
Exactly.
So in 10 years time, this is going to go up to 3 million.
Yeah, the
correct?
projection is would be 3 million.
That to me is somewhat of an emergency. I find that to be very troubling. I think the other aspect, what do we got here? Oh, the UAL payments are also going to jump about 100% in the next 10 years. Is that right, Nick?
Yeah, that's the unfunded actuarially determined liability. So yeah, that's the piece that we're basically projecting that healthcare costs go up. So every year that you're not paying, you're not putting some money aside, you're, there's the compounding effect that the unfunded liability continues to go up.
So these issues where we're talking about several millions of dollars, or we're talking about 100% increase in the next 10 years, God willing, knock on wood, I'm still living here in San Fernando in 10 years. And if we're already in a bad position where we can't afford much money for, parks and trees and sidewalk repair and tree trimming, when these liabilities grow 100% or 200% from 1 million to 3 million, then we're really going to be in a pickle. And so that's just for starters. Secondly, I do not support raising taxes in a recession. I know that maybe it doesn't feel necessarily like we're in a recession, but we certainly are. Economic activity is contracting, and we need to be putting more money in people's pockets to spend. Unfortunately, sales tax is extremely regressive, and I use that word a lot because it's not a very good policy that we have in not San Fernando, but in our state, in our country, where we have these uniformly applying taxes that no matter how much you make, you're getting hit, like let's say this extra 0.25%. The only problem is our lower income community gets hit much harder, and it's much more disparately impacted because a larger proportion of one's weekly income is now going to that tax. Whereas, someone that's making, $2 million a year, a 0.25% increase is trivial. Whereas someone making $200 a week, 0.25% is quite sizable. And so sales taxes have that effect, unfortunately, and our city budget doesn't have many options. That being said, I do want us to pursue these other options because I feel like they are a more sustainable and a more sensible way forward. Nick, could you talk a little bit about the POBs and exactly what we need? I believe it's called the validation action with the resolution to authorize these bonds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the pension obligation bonds are another way to that we're kind of trying to address some of the outstanding liability. That doesn't, those don't address the retiree healthcare obligation. They address the our pension obligation, our pension income obligation. And right now I believe that actually validation action was just filed. And so we're in sort of the waiting period before it gets finalized. But once that validation action is finalized, then the city would be able to, in effect, kind of refinance our liability on the pension side of the house and take advantage of some really low interest rates right now. So instead of paying, 7% interest that we have on our unfunded balance right now, we could refinance that by issuing a bond that's at 2% or so. So that will have a savings on the retirement tax, which is applied to all of our residents' property tax bills. So that's a direct impact and potential savings directly to our residents. On the sales tax side, I would sort of just like to note that although, I'm sure a lot of residents shop in town and obviously it would impact residents, it doesn't discriminate where you come from to spend your money. And we've already, I know Cosmont and earlier, and it kind of relates to tonight's discussion, in some of our earlier discussions has talked about how, we're actually a regional draw as a shopping center. We, if it were just our residents shopping here, we wouldn't generate nearly as much sales tax revenue. So, people that come from the outside and shop here would also, pay, would also participate in that additional 0.25%. So I just,
sure. And I definitely would like to see us establish the OPB trust. What kinds of, heavy lifting is required for that?
It's not a lot of heavy lifting. It's really just establishing the trust is relatively straightforward. There's an administrative process that it's almost like going to the bank and establishing a bank account. I mean, it's not that simple, but there's a few resolutions that council would need to adopt. And once we establish that fund, which is the easy part, the hard part is where to get the money to put in that savings account. So that's where this 0.25%, kind of state comes into play potentially, is some of that money could go into that savings account, if it were passed.
Now, I'm a homeowner. Several of us are homeowners. My family has property in San Fernando. but I just don't see how we can get after these unfunded liabilities without raising property tax. If we raise the property tax, I believe we're already like third highest in the state or something like that. And this is, you know, probably such a hot button issue for most politicians, but is raising the property tax even a small amount? What kind of impact does
I
that
think we
have?
may be getting off topic.
Yeah, this is a little bit outside of the scope of the agenda item. It's more so about the sales tax.
Okay, understood. But the POB validation action is underway, you're saying, Nick? Last
Yes.
time we spoke about it? Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any bonds that we can secure for like average Joe that wants to buy something? Or is this just like all going to enterprise and financial companies and so forth?
We also just need to keep the conversation just geared around the sales tax, but if you want to answer that as it might relate to this.
Well, it's in the report. The financing is in the report that we have here.
Yeah, so just to, I guess, just a real quick answer, you know, typically they're sold to, you know, when you have any bond, it's sold to mostly financial institutions, and then kind of resold after that, because not a lot of the average Joes are registered with, you know, QSIP and other agencies you need to be registered with in order to buy bonds wholesale.
Okay, well, I'll try to couch my comments in terms that are pertinent and germane to the agenda item, but as far as I'm reading the report here, it seems to me that the pension override tax needs to increase and the POBs need to be implemented, and that we need to establish an OPEB trust as well as the sales tax. And so until I feel like we're actually making more progress on these items that would likely have a much greater effect on our financial well-being, I don't necessarily support a sales tax at this point. That being said, I wanted to move forward to the ballot because I think the best thing we can do is give it to the voters. So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Very well. And Mr. Kimball, I think that there at least seems to be enough direction to bring back a proposal. We have very limited, or sorry, an agenda item in which we can deliberate and vote. We have very limited time in which we can pass this.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly from my last conversation with Mr. Padilla, it was our last day is August 7th. Is that correct, Mr. Padilla?
Yes, that is correct. That's the statutory deadline for submitting for getting the request on the ballot. As a practical matter, though, it really would be better to get it in as early as possible, even if it perhaps warranted a special meeting.
And okay, that was my next question as to whether it has to be a regular meeting or a special meeting. And so I think, and I agree that if a special meeting is necessary, that we should go forward with that. I know that in prior discussions in the council, we have discussed what it could be called. So I know that I had initially said Measure A. I think that other recommendations were Measure AA or Measure B. I looked at the sales taxes that passed in 2018, and I think that one that did quite well was Measure Y. And I think that coming back with just different options, along with the previous text that we passed, and any recommendations that you have to amend it, so that maybe it's more pertinent to today's circumstances, that would be helpful as well. In addition to looking at the measures that did pass and what language that you feel that they use that was successful that other ballot measures did not necessarily use. And do you feel that you need further council guidance on this? I know that Councilmember Gonzalez and I worked on the last iteration of this.
So we'll first to see the vice mayor has his hand up.
I didn't see that. Sorry.
Just real quickly, does our sales tax, Measure A sales tax, have an exemption for food?
Yes, the sales tax doesn't apply to food at all. So like the general Bradley Burns sales tax, it never applies to food. It really essentially only applies to durable goods, restaurant purchased food, and other big ticket commercial items.
Do you know if it applies to residential utilities?
It does not.
It does not. Okay. And so this new tax would not also apply to those things, correct?
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. Thank you.
And then going back to your comments, Mayor. So yes, and just to kind of highlight so everyone knows that in order to place it on the ballot, we would need a 4/5 vote approval. So we need 4 council members to approve placing it on the ballot. What the direction I sort of hear today, and I think I would recommend that we try to have a special meeting on a week from today, so on July 27th. And what we would do is prepare an ordinance in some potential ballot language for a sales tax or a 1/4 cent sales tax, and then we would prepare a second agenda item for what a TOT may look like with the ordinance. So there would be 2 agenda items, and so that they could kind of be discussed, I think, independently on Monday night and voted on independently. So that would be what I would suggest if council. It does seem like there is enough direction to move forward with at least preparing those ordinances for ballot and resolutions for Monday night special meeting, and then from there council can decide, either they don't get the 4 votes and they don't go to the county, or they do.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments?
I would, excuse me, I would like to see if we can possibly, or I would like to help facilitate a meeting with the business community to see what we can do, or if we can try to make an agreement to see how, if they can sign off on this and try to help us out with this.
And I would be happy to join you in said meeting.
Perfect.
Like I said, I'm open to hearing all suggestions, whatever might have been said in the past. Let's try to work together on this, because it's going to impact all of us in a decade from now, especially. So.
Correct. Okay. So let's set up a special meeting. Do we need to set up like an ad hoc committee or something? Or it's not even on there. Is it just an informal?
You and I can do it on our prerogative, I think.
Yeah.
That would be staff's preference.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Perfect. Thank you. So we'll meet offline.
Vice Mayor, did you have your hand up again?
Me? No, I
right.
didn't.
Okay, very well. Mr. Kimball, it appears that you have direction, and if you want to get in touch with Councilmember Gonzalez and me after this, so we can try to work together on some times.
Sure. All right, thank you. And we'll work on scheduling a special meeting for next Monday about the same time, 6 o'clock.
Correct. Thank you. Item number 9 was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Ballin. This is regarding ICE detention facilities. Councilmember Ballin? You're on mute.
Thank you. Back in July 2nd, 2018, I added to the agenda a request to prepare a resolution regarding the cruel treatment, condemning the Trump administration immigration policies, and calling on all members of Congress on both sides of the aisles to repudiate the Trump administration's incompetent, callous, and cruel approach to immigration, and demanding that Congress act immediately to enact fair and humane, comprehensive immigration reform. Well, clearly that hasn't happened, and here we are, 2020. As a matter of fact, it has gotten worse. And there's one thing I have to say about the Trump administration. They are very successful in the spread of the COVID virus. But when it comes to immigration, when it comes to the children in cages, there aren't even words. There aren't even words. I'm so upset. Back in 2018, there were 1,995 minors in cages. Today, there are 5,400. 5,400, think about that. I was watching, I don't know if any of you happen to see this online, But in Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, the sheriffs happened to come across, they got a report of dead animals on the property, and they went onto the property and they found a child, a 2-year-old child in a cage. That required a news press conference. Everyone was so upset about this 2-year-old child that his parents put in a cage. True, there were many animals around this child, including snakes and rats, but we're talking 5,400 minors, children who are separated from their parents in cages, sleeping on the floor with a Mylar blanket. I would like to see Trump and his cronies experience that, have their children experience it. And let's see if they are, I think there would be an end to the way these children are being treated. I also read, by the way, they only get to be out of the cage they're in the cage for 22 hours a day. They are so traumatized, and they're going to be traumatized for a lifetime. And the parents do not even know where their child is located. Where have they been shipped off to? So what I would like to do, he just loves the family separation idea so much, but does he care about COVID? Do you know in Arizona, I'm jumping around a little bit, in Arizona, half of the staff members that are in these facilities with these people they have in cages, including the children, half of the staff members have COVID. What are the numbers for the children and the adults that are in the cages? I haven't been able to find that out. Anyway, so what I would like us to do, and I certainly want every council member to give some input on this, but I would truly like us to send 2 letters. One to President Trump, letting him know that we're outraged. It's unacceptable. This is the United States of America, and this is how we're treating these children and these adults by keeping them in cages. And this is not the American dream, but the American tragedy. I am so disgusted. They're in cages, and there's overcrowding. And I'm just so upset by this. His policies are so cruel. So I do want a letter sent to Mr. Trump. And most important, I want a letter sent to Vice President Biden, because he's going to be our next president. And he needs to get on this as soon as possible. So with that, Mayor, you can take it over.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza, followed by Gonzalez.
Thank you, Councilmember Ballin, for placing this on the agenda. Children belong with their parents. They don't belong in cages. And the psychological and emotional ramifications of being caged up are lifelong. No one deserves such treatment. And I support Councilmember Ballin's proposal that we send the letters to whomever she wishes to have them sent to.
Thank you.
Member Gonzalez.
Thank you. I obviously support. So what would be the process? Would you draft it, send it to staff, and then for our review, like we've done with others, and then send it out?
100%.
Yeah, so we can bring the draft back on August 3rd. We'll have staff draft it and then bring it back for final approval, and then have all council members at that point let us know if they want their name on it, and then we'll send it out.
Perfect. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
You all know how I feel. President Trump is a national embarrassment. I'm ashamed that he's our president. And this immigration policy of family separation is frankly disgusting. And his whole outlook on immigration is meant to intimidate and harass and make it as difficult as possible to try to emigrate to our country. Even when you're here, USCIS and DHS, the administrative levers of government are being pulled to make it as hard as possible to adjust your status, to become a resident, let alone to become a US citizen. And so in a lot of ways, they're even using COVID as an excuse in fast tracking certain certain cases. And there are detainees in Adelanto that are saying, you know what, deport me. It's COVID-19 is out of control here in this detention center, in this prison, just deport me. And I think like Ms. Mendoza said, like children belong with their parents and they're coming here through no fault of their own. I fully support not only sending this to the aforementioned individuals, I think we should send one to Senator Mitch McConnell, who is the majority leader as well. And, you know, I think it's also imperative for us to try to, I don't know, build bridges with these Trump voters or these Trump supporters, or try to understand the mentality behind how they think this could be a good policy. Frankly, it's a humanitarian crisis. And so thank you, Ms. Ballin, for bringing this up again. It's timely. And I do hope that a future president like Joe Biden will, you know, do something sensible and do something about this. So thank you.
Thank you. Once again, Councilmember Ballin, thank you for bringing this forward. Most of the comments stated by each of us are shared by all of us. I think that the Trump administration policy is abhorrent. It is inhumane what they have done to these children and done to these families. And we have to continue to be vocal on this matter. That being said, would you like to make the motion for this item?
I would, but before I make that motion, I would just like to ask each of us, our parents, well, with the exception of one of us, and can we even imagine our child being taken from us, or our children being taken from us and put in cages and exposed to what they have, some of these children have been exposed to, sexual abuse, torture. So let's keep that in mind when you write that letter, Nick and Richard. And with that, I move the item.
I will second. Is there a roll call, please, Ms. Fritz?
Yes. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ballin.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco.
Yes.
And Mayor Fajardo.
Yes, the motion passes. Item number 10 is on the agenda from Councilmember Mendoza. This is regarding the death of Vanessa Guillen at Fort Hood, Texas. And it is a resolution declaring that no woman should be subjected to physical assault and urging the Department of Defense to conduct an independent investigation. Councilmember Mendoza, would you like to continue on this?
Yes, I'm just going to reiterate what I said at our last meeting, that Army Specialist Vanessa Guillen was 20 years old when she was murdered at Fort Hood Military Army Base in Texas. The reason she enlisted in the military was because she wanted to serve and protect her country, but her dream was cut short when she was murdered. I would like the council to approve the resolution requesting for an independent investigation in the case of Army Specialist Vanessa Guillen. And I don't know if we need to do anything else, or you know, or who council would like to send it to, or any comments from anyone.
Councilmember Ballin, followed by Gonzalez.
I don't know the various rankings for the various military, the Army, the Navy, the Marines, but Nick, how about you? Do you know who would be best to send this to? Because I'd like it to go to, personally, I'd like it to go to all military groups.
We can work through some of the local veterans groups that might have some recommendations on where to send.
Okay. That sounds good. And I'm thinking that maybe we should also send this letter to our local VFW and American Legion. They would probably be quite interested in knowing that we care. We don't want this to happen again.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Excuse me. Yes, obviously this is extremely important as well. Thank you for bringing this forward. So we'll be looking at trying to, I guess now we have to research to see who we're going to send it to, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. What about, is the, like an oversight committee or something, a congressional oversight? I know there's the congressional oversight committee, but what committee would actually look into this if at all, military committee? Maybe that might be the angle. I'm not sure. Maybe let's look into it and see.
And I mean, so we can send it. Well, obviously, we'll send it to Congressman Cardenas's office, and then local. So I can reach out and ask if they have any recommendations on committees or where to send it. In the government through the federal government.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Two of the ones that I have noted here are the U.S. Senate Armed Services Committee and the U.S. House Armed Services Committee.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mendoza, for this agenda item. Very sad story. It's been something that's been all over social media for all the wrong reasons, obviously. And I hope that more information comes to light. I think it's important to remember that, sexual harassment, sexual assault is rampant in the military, unfortunately. And so are mental health issues and alcoholism. And it's not easy being a soldier. It really isn't. And I think that we need to do more as a country to help our veterans when they return home. And obviously we need to do more while they're serving to protect them from these types of incidents. So thank you. I support us being on the record for this.
Thank you. I support this as well. I think as to whom we send it, that can be determined once the letter is completed. And so if you wanted to make the motion to approve this, and then to have authority to distribute it to offices deemed appropriate by you and staff, I believe that would, or by you and the city manager, I believe that would be sufficient.
I move to approve the motion. I mean, item number 10.
Second.
And this is for the power also for her to delegate where it is sent based on communication with staff. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ballin.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco.
Yes.
And Mayor Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. Mr. Kimball, do you or other staff have anything to communicate?
Just one thing. I know people may be wondering why I'm wearing a scarf or an ascot. I just want to make sure everyone knows that is my mask, my COVID mask. Beyond that, we have no other staff communication tonight.
Thank you. I would like to start general council comments saying, by saying that I read a Facebook post that saddened me recently, and it was the news that Councilmember Gonzalez plans to retire this year. I first heard about him, of course, when I was running back in 2012, and I learned from the city clerk that another person had entered my race, and I was really worried because he had been here for a long time and he was a really excellent candidate in a lot of respect. And I remember asking my consultant, I'm like, should I switch races? I heard that in the other race, it's, this guy, he's pretty young. He's like my age. Will I have a better chance because we're the same age? She's like, no. She goes, you have no idea who this person is. He could be like super energetic. He could have a lot of family connections here. He could be really involved. So she said, just stick with the race that you have. And honestly, I'm glad I did, because had I changed that seat and ran against Councilmember Gonzalez, he would have won, and he would have won really, really big. He was such an impressive person from the first time I met him and from that first race. He had so much passion in his race. He had so much love of government and civic engagement. I saw him and I thought to myself, I really need to learn from this guy. I really need to learn how he is so good at campaigning. I really need to learn how he is so good at connecting with people. And I was also really impressed by the big heart he had. I think it was after the Police Officers Association endorsement, he spoke to me after and said, and the paraphrasing, of course, he goes, I have an idea. He goes, obviously, some of us are going to lose, and maybe for those of us who lose, we can help each other be commissioners, because I really feel that we're all running here because we love the city and we want to see it grow and be better. And I just remember thinking how honorable of a position that was, and how great it was that he really wanted to connect everyone. And honestly, after I won, I felt a little bit lost. Like, how do I connect as well as he does? He has such good people skills. So many people liked him. And in a lot of ways, I think that he really set the bar for what it meant for all of us to be engaged. He was at every community event before he was elected. He was at every community event when he was elected. He hosted, coffees all the time. And he really set such a high bar. And I know that he made all of us better council members. But on top of that, I think that he brought forward and spearheaded a lot of projects that were wildly popular in San Fernando. He brought back the 5K relay. He initiated all of the contacts for the Puig House. No one else can take credit other than him. And even just stuff more recently, like alerting us to this issue with the flight path so they could potentially come over San Fernando. This wasn't on anyone's radar except for his. And it's because he cares. And it's also because he's well connected with the community and he hears from other people, from people who trust him, people who know that he will get stuff done. He and I, when we occasionally talk, we often bring up that first year that we were on council and how challenging it was. And he always reminds me that no matter what happens in a future election, no matter what happens between us, we can't forget the fact that we all really came together, the five of us, him, former council member Lopez, Councilmember Valen, former council member Avila, and me, to solve these problems, to get these really big problems that were unaddressed for so long resolved. And so he's always shown, I think, throughout the years, a keen sense for fiscal responsibility, for good decision making, and it reflects a lot in everything that he's done. From what I remember, he has a master's degree in leadership, and I think that shows too. He was the first council member ever from the city of San Fernando to be president of Independent Cities, an organization that has, by the way, many other cities. He reestablished our prestige on the Library Commission. And in general, he's really well known. And I'm not just saying this to compliment him, but almost every event that I go to, there's always someone who says, oh, I know someone on your city council. I don't even have to ask who it is. It's always Councilmember Gonzalez. Somehow people always know who he is out there. And he shows the power of not just being dedicated, committed, and hardworking, but the power of being well liked. And I would probably venture to say that on this council and on past councils, he has been the most liked member of the city council, someone who's just really beloved in the community. So I'm not sure if it's the right time for the city to see him go or if it ever will be. In fact, I know it's not, but I respect his decision. He leaves us with a lot of wisdom, and I hope that he will continue to share it with us. This isn't an easy job, and it comes with a lot of bruises. And hopefully that has made him and all of us stronger. But more so on that, I want to say something that I told him. And I know that I am not always the easiest person to work with. And he definitely is owed by me a public apology for any grievances I have caused, not just to him, but to his family and to anyone who cares about him. This shouldn't just be something that I tell him in passing, like, oh, hey, I'm sorry. It really needs to be a sincere apology, and it really is from the bottom of my heart. And if I could do things differently, if I have wronged you in any way, I would absolutely, in a heartbeat, try to do everything differently. And so he leaves this job with tremendous dignity and prestige. And I hope that when I leave it, it might be at the same time for all I know. That it might be, you never know. That I can leave with that same dignity and prestige, but residents will be singing your praises for many years to come. And I'll always think about the legacy that you left and figure out, just like I did when I first met you, how can I learn from this guy and do what he does? You're a very blessed person with, two amazing and beautiful children, an incredible wife, and an altogether, outstanding family. And I know that your blessings will continue to multiply. So I just wanted to thank you once again from the bottom of my heart for everything that you've done. And I hope that we can all continue to reach out to you when we need you, because we will. And so having said that, I did want to give him an opportunity to speak next. My colleagues.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the kind words. It's it's been a roller coaster. I've been absolutely blessed to be able to sit in this position, and I say that because it is a blessing to be able to serve and be in a leadership role for your city. But most of all is that I've always dreamed of being able to sit on the dais as a council member and become hopefully mayor one day. And I was able to do that. And I was able to do that because of my family. I was able to do that because of the community. And I was able to do that because I worked, and I worked hard. And not many people, I think, can say that they actually set out and accomplished their dream and had the opportunity to live it. And I did, and it's been absolutely amazing. I've met so many amazing people along the way that live in the community and out of the community that have really touched and changed my life. I will forever be grateful for everything that I've learned here on council with everyone that I've served with all the staff, the former staff. I will always be around. I'm always just a phone call away. If anybody knows me, that they call me and I'm going to pick up. I'm going to return their phone calls, and that's just going to continue. I'll never, I don't think, truly ever be gone from San Fernando. But it's just been absolute, well, this is what I say. When people always ask me, how does it feel to be on city council? I tell them, it depends on the day. Because some days are rough. Some days are super rough. And some days are absolutely amazing. And I've just been lucky to be able to hop on this ride. So thank you for all my colleagues. Thank you for all the business owners, for all the residents that have helped me form who I am today, and for reaching out to me and keeping me informed. And my profiles, my social media is still going to be public, still have the same phone number, and I'm still going to make sure to be giving all you calls to make sure we're still making the right decisions up there on city council. So thank you so much. I'm always going to be here for everybody. That's just who I am. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ballard?
Okay. Well, the one thing I'll miss is Robert. I mean, I think Robert, 2011 You started coming to city council meetings. You were there for 1 year. I didn't know you were running. I was just wondering, does he like torture? Because there's like a lot of crazy stuff happening right now. And then when I found out you were running for city council, I really admired you that you attended every council meeting because that was your dream. That's what you wanted to do. And there's very few people that realize that is an important path. As Councilmember Mendoza, she was very active. She came to all the meetings, and it was just, it makes a big difference. It makes a big difference. But enough about you, Robert. I want to talk about somebody else right now. I want to close this meeting in memory of Congressman John Lewis. And I have a quote that I picked out that touches my heart because I certainly have participated in civil rights movements. So the civil rights movement was based on faith. Many of us who were participants in this movement saw our involvement as an extension of our faith. We saw ourselves doing the work of the Almighty. Segregation and racial discrimination were not in keeping with our faith. So we had to do something. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm sad that I'm not going to have an opportunity to work with you or see you at our council meetings, Councilmember Gonzalez. It's we've just gotten to know each other a little bit during closed sessions or in these meetings, but I wish you the best in whatever endeavor you're going to go to with you and your family. And I just have an update that I participated in a library commission meeting. And, you know, I was quite impressed at some of the things that the Los Angeles the librarians do, or the staff, that they're involved in the contact tracing with the county. A lot of the library staff are doing that. They're doing food drives. You know, they're doing the virtual or pickup or drop off, whatever, on the library process. I mean, they're just really involved with the community and doing a lot of other things. I don't have the long list of things noted, but I was very impressed by the things that they do. And that's pretty much my comment. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I have nothing but the best to say to Mr. Gonzalez as well. It's been a pleasure serving alongside you. I know I learned so much in our short time together. And I look forward to you to continue being, you know, a fixture of our community. And you know, I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors as well. As far as, you know, general comments, I don't have many prepared today. My heart goes out to everybody on the streets of Portland right now, really just exercising their constitutional rights of free assembly and freedom of speech. And I hope that this exercise continues in a safe manner, and that you know, they can avoid some of the dangerous situations that we've been seeing in the news and so forth. And I'm so thankful that Ms. Ballin brought up Mr. Lewis. He is definitely an inspirational figure, very well revered, and you know, that era was a special one in our history. It was very difficult and troubling and hard fought, and the struggle still continues in a lot of ways. But we owe so much to people like him that we can stand on his shoulders, so to speak, and continue the movement forward to increase, you know, civil rights for everybody in our society. And at that, I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you to staff and to the development company earlier today in their presentations, and look forward to seeing if you know, we have this special meeting for the sales tax and so forth, and you know, lots of important things continue to come up. So we'll be monitoring our coronavirus testing and monitoring our progress, and hope we have a little bit better news to report in the near future. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. I have nothing else to add at this time. Councilmember Ballin, did you want to make the motion to adjourn our meeting today in memory of Congressman Lewis?
You did it just now, and I second the motion.
Oh, thank you. Roll call, Ms. Fritz, to adjourn our meeting.
Yes, Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ballin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pacheco,
Yes.
and Mayor Fajardo.
Yes, the motion carries. Having said that, we are adjourned at 10:14 p.m. Thank you all.